In the northernmost region of the empire, there lies a territory famed for being treacherous and dangerous. The master of this land is Boreoti, and the current duke, Paleoboridi. Since childhood, he has prided himself on two unusual points. One is his handsome appearance. The other is his cruelty. The duke was born with the name of the Black Beast clan. A single glance from him could kill, however. His shimmering black hair and eyes, his sharp nose and chiseled jawline, his moderately thick lips with a pale hue, his long trained physique, and his firm neck, bad ears. One of the only two ducal families in the empire, the most sought-after bachelor in the empire, true to his name. In the grand hall, Boreoti ordered his servant, "Our business in the capital is finished, so prepare to return to the north." The servant quickly and respectfully replied, "Yes, I'll prepare immediately." Boreoti casually added, stunning the servant with surprise, "And adopt a child." Lupi, stunned and disbelieving, asked Boreoti, "Is this a joke from the imperial palace?" Boreoti glanced over. "Why would I do something like that?" Seeing Boreoti's ice-cold gaze, Lupi could only answer, "Yes, of course." And so, the root of the matter began. At an orphanage in the east, the sound of a clock ticking echoed through the house. A woman brought out a small, pretty, and adorable little girl. The moment Boreoti moved his hand, it startled the little girl. Boreoti's intense gaze only made things worse. It terrified the small child, causing her to scream out loud. Boreoti covered his face and waved his hand, saying nothing. The woman, holding the sobbing child, left in tears. Boreoti, momentarily frustrated, asked, "How long do I have to do this?" Lupi could only offer a strained smile, saying, "Isn't this what the Duke ordered? This is a new record, you know." Boreoti glared at Lupi. "Are you kidding me?" Lupi felt a chill run down his spine and avoided Boreoti's gaze, saying, "Don't all the children cry the moment they see the Duke? With just one look, they're terrified. That's also amazing. Boreoti radiated a murderous aura. "Come to think of it, my sword hasn't tasted blood in a while." Lupi's voice trembled as he replied, "How rude of me. That's why they don't know how to behave." Lupi pondered his fate with confusion. That damn mouth. Lupi sneaked a glance at Boreoti's expression and thought to himself, why is he suddenly acting as stubborn as a child? He recalled a conversation between Boreoti and Count Canis Lennia. Canis, with a radiant smile, boasted to Boreoti, "My son said his first word yesterday." Canis, holding his son, rambled on, "Lately, every time he sees me, he says, 'Dada, Dada, I'm so happy I could die.' First, he takes care of his younger brother, then he works hard. Those things are so praiseworthy." Boreoti, resting his chin on his hand, said, "You're talking so loudly your voice is gone hoarse." "Are you really that happy?" Canis continued. "Hey, you only say that because you truly don't know? But when are you getting married?" Boreoti cut in, his expression unchanging. "I'd rather die." Canis added, "I want my own wedding gift from you." Boreoti was speechless. Canis curiously asked Boreoti, "Seriously, if you had a child as cute as a bunny, wouldn't you want to go back to how things were?" Boreoti said with annoyance, "Look at your foolish expression when you say such things." Canis looked at his son with a gentle gaze and said, "The existence of a father is truly a noble thing." The man gently took his little son's hand. He said, "It's truly adorable. I wish one day you could feel this way too." Boreoti glanced at them. Back in the present, Boreoti and Lupi were leaving the orphanage, chatting. "Have we met all the children at this orphanage now?" Lupi replied, "Yes, sir, we've just met 18 children." Boreoti, unsurprised, said, "Move on to the next orphanage." Lupi respectfully answered, "Yes, I understand." Lupi paused, looking at Boreoti's back. He thought to himself, it would be better to just get married. Just as Boreotti stepped out the door, a loud voice called out, "Your Grace, the Duke." A woman rubbed her hands, bowed, and said with a smile, "I apologize for not being able to provide proper hospitality. They're very beautiful and kind children. Meeting the Duke even once is like using up a lifetime's worth of luck. Anyway, winter is approaching, and I'm worried whether the children will be able to endure it well." Loopy glanced over and immediately understood. She's bluntly asking for the Duke's support. Looking at the state of the facilities, even with half an eye, you could see she didn't care about running the place at all. Anyway, the next orphanage wasn't much different. The woman rambled on for a while. Suddenly, everyone turned towards the sound of a loud scream. A man was holding a grimy little girl who was struggling to get out of his arms, shouting loudly, "Let go!" She bit the man's finger hard. She ran right in front of Boreotti, who called out with a fierce expression, "Hey!" Boreotti looked over there. Loopy and the others were surprised. She didn't cry when she saw the Duke, Loopy thought, stunned. Moreover, her hair and eye colour were black, just like the Duke's. The man profusely apologized. "My apologies, Your Grace. Please take her away quickly." Boreotti raised his hand and called, "Loopy." Loopy quickly responded to Boreotti, "Is this a child who wasn't on the list?" The woman hastily explained, That's because she's a disrespectful child who only causes trouble." Loopy shot the woman a cold glare. "What is this? Do you dare to break your word to the Duke? I clearly conveyed his wish to meet all the children at the orphanage." The terrified woman knelt and begged, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Watching them, Boreotti suddenly spoke. So Boreotti looked down coldly. "What is your name?" The girl defiantly said, "I don't have one." Boreotti asked, confused, "Even if you're from an orphanage, you should have a name." Nya replied, "The adults call me Nya, but I hate that name." Boreotti frowned for a moment. He radiated a cold aura and said, "You're not scared at all. Do you know whose path you are blocking?" Nya was startled by Boreotti's murderous aura. Boreotti continued, "It wouldn't be strange if your head flew off right now." Nya froze as Boreotti slowly approached. "You little beast cub. That name certainly doesn't suit you." Boreotti thought for a moment and then said, "Lennia. Lennia Boreotti." Boreotti said, "Lennia Boreotti. Is your new name." Lennia looked stunned, about to say something. "It's way too long," Boreotti replied to Lennia. "Is Lennia a stupid name?" Lennia angrily shouted, "I'm not stupid." He lifted Lennia up. "When we return to the domain, I must call for a tutor first." Lennia, lifted up unexpectedly, struggled fiercely. Loopy, after a moment of shock, shouted, Your Grace, the Duke." Lennia furiously yelled, "What's with this guy? Is teasing a kid fun?" Boreotti, sitting to the side, poked Lennia and chuckled softly. He said, "It's more fun than I thought." Lennia retorted, "You look like a pervert." Loopy, still in shock, spoke up, "Wait, how did this happen?" Before Loopy could finish, the carriage door closed. Loopy stood frozen on the spot. Lennia Boreotti. The Lord of the Forest, Lennia, is challenging the pack. The rhythm of the lineage begins. Is one of the few people who can be close to and speak frankly with Duke Boreotti without any hesitation or fear. These are the two young men who have made the hearts of countless academy girls flutter. If the Duke is a treacherous mountain peak, then Count Lennia is a warm plain. In his spare time, he enthusiastically boasts about his child. Being a father is so noble, because I heard it so much. I don't know when, but it became completely ingrained in my mind. Sit up straight. Boreotti, sitting upright on his chair, replied, noisy. That day, I only saw looks of great pride. From many families on the street. Everyone looks so happy. That's fine too. Back in the present, Lennia, still in disbelief, asked Boreotti, So I've been adopted. Boryoti turned, resting his chin on his hand, and replied, That's right. Lennia, in a panic, said loudly, No, that's not how it usually works. Is it because you haven't had children for a long time? Or because you really like children? If not, then you came here for charity and… Wait, was it because I look like a child who's about to die, and you listen to a friend's persuasion? Really, Boryoti replied nonchalantly. You seem very dissatisfied. Lennia collapsed in helplessness. You're an idiot. Boryoti adjusted his posture and looked down at Lennia. It's good that I'm saying you're my child. Anyway, that's what you wanted, isn't it? That's why you stood in front of me. Lennia looked away and replied, then began to think. Well, at least I can escape this boring orphanage. That action was almost a gamble. I couldn't have imagined being this lucky. She recalled the scene of Loopy leaving the orphanage with papers in hand, saying something to the director. Lennia continued, Actually, I have a request. Lennia, with a determined look, said, The teachers and the director of this orphanage are embezzling funds. Boryoti turned slightly. He looked back at the scenery outside. Perhaps so. Lennia, her eyes filled with resentment, said, They abused us. Lately, they've even been in contact with a brothel owner. Boryoti, surprised and confused, asked Lennia, Do you know what a brothel is? Lennia answered frankly, Of course. It's where they sell people to taverns. What else? Boryoti remained silent. Lennia continued to recount. One of the older girls here was going to be handed over to the brothel. So, can you punish them? Boryoti crossed his arms coldly and said, All of them. Lennia nodded and continued. Kani isn't like that. She took good care of us. Boryoti thought for a moment and replied to Lennia, The brown-haired girl with the injured finger, right? Lennia's eyes sparkled as she looked at Boryoti. That's right. How did you know that? Boryoti looked at Lennia and replied, She was the only one who worried about you kids. Lennia continued. Whenever he drank, he would beat us? Boryoti asked. The director, Lennia replied, Yeah. Then she showed her bruised arm and said, This bruise on my arm ... is from another teacher. Boryoti just quietly observed the wound on her back from being hit by the director. So punish him, Boryoti said with a chilling gaze. How should I do it? Should I kill him? Lennia replied coldly, No, torture him until he begs to be killed. Boryoti narrowed his eyes at her, then looked away, thinking, Is she really 5 years old? Loopy approached at that moment and said, Your Grace, the Duke. Boryoti took the papers Loopy brought and gave an order. Loopy replied, Yes. You stay behind. Loopy, stunned as if struck by lightning, replied, What? Boryoti just said coldly, It's quite dirty. It needs to be cleaned up. Boryoti read the paper in his hand, not forgetting to add, Clean it up thoroughly, without leaving a speck of dust. Loopy gave a strange smile and replied, Yes, sir. Lennia stood up excitedly and called out, Mister, after you've cleaned up, you have to break their arms and legs too, even if they were hit on the back with a belt. Focus on wiping away the dust until they can't stand up anymore. Lennia cheered enthusiastically. Except for Teacher Kani and Jacob, he was nice to us. The proof of embezzlement is behind that picture frame. Loopy was stunned, while Boryoti quietly praised. That might be true. After that, Duke Boryoti's carriage departed, leaving Loopy behind. Lennia didn't forget to wave goodbye to them. The purple-haired man behind them watched with a bewildered look and said, Isn't that the master's real daughter that he hid away? Loopy sighed and said, First things first ... Loopy's expression turned cold as he said, Let's get to work. At night, the carriage continued on the silent road, desolate under the dim light of the moon. Inside the carriage, Lennia, covered in dirt, sat in a corner, silently clutching the blanket wrapped around her back. Suddenly, hunger struck. making Lennia's stomach growl. Lennia pulled the edges of the blanket closer to her face and looked up at Boreotti. Boreotti, with his arms crossed, was resting his head against the seat with his eyes closed, saying nothing. Boreotti slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lennia. Lennia pulled the blanket over her head. A horse neighed, and the carriage stopped. Boreotti froze. There was a knock on the door. Boreotti looked towards the door and asked, "What is it, Levi Fetz?" Levi Fetz bowed her head and said, "My apologies for the sudden stop, my lord. It is late, and it seems the young lady is not feeling well. Shall we rest at the inn ahead for the night and continue tomorrow?" Lennia, wrapped tightly in the blanket, looked out adorably at Levi Fetz. Then she was startled and quickly said, I'm not cutting her off." Boreotti said, "Let's do that." Lennia said loudly, "I was talking, you old mister." Boreotti glanced at Lennia. "Even without food, your vocal cords are still in good shape." Lennia, angry, burrowed into the blanket and lowered her head. The chosen inn had 3 floors, with all the lights turned on. Boreotti, sitting in the carriage, peeked out to observe the inn and thought with relief, "This place looks decent enough for Lennia to rest." Then Boreotti opened the door and stepped out of the carriage, turning back to look at Lennia, who was still stunned. Wrapped in the blanket, she stepped towards the door, looking around. Boreotti approached Levi Fetz and instructed, "Levi Fetz, once Lennia is well, prepare to depart." Levi Fetz bowed her head and replied, "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, Lennia had reached the door and looked down at the steps with wide eyes. Lennia held onto the carriage frame to step down. But unfortunately, her hand slipped. Tumbling, Lennia screamed in fear. Hearing the scream, Levi Fetz looked towards Lennia in terror. Boreotti quickly turned around, reached out towards Lennia, and knelt on the ground with a thud to catch her. Lennia squeezed her eyes shut, thinking she would fall hard on the ground. But when she felt safe, the little girl opened her eyes in surprise. Then she delightedly clung to Boreotti's arm, her body trembling, and praised, "Whoa, that was close. Your reflexes are no joke." Levi Fetz stood to the side, frozen as if struck by lightning. The master had knelt. Boreotti picked Lennia up and said, "Levi Fetz, take care of the child." Levi Fetz, startled, replied, Yes, sir." Boreotti bent down to look at Lennia and said, "For now, it's better to warm your body before having a meal." Then Boreotti passed Lennia to Levi Fetz. Levi Fetz took little Lennia from Boreotti's arms and said, "I will have the innkeeper prepare it immediately." Lennia grabbed Levi Fetz's shirt. She looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Levi Fetz gently bowed and replied, "I am Levi Fetz Malays. My lady, please call me Malays." Levi Fetz carried Lennia into the inn. Lennia asked, "Are you a knight?" Levi Fetz smiled and said, "Yes, that's right." The little girl looked at Levi Fetz with sparkling eyes of admiration and said, "Wow, so cool, really cool." Looking at the adorable little girl before her, Levi Fetz smiled and thought, "So cute." While bathing Lennia, Levi Fetz was stunned. Before her was Lennia's back, covered in wounds, a mix of red and purple bruises. Lennia turned around and said, "Miss ... double quotes." Levi Fetz quickly replied, Yes, yes." Lennia touched her back and asked, "My back ... It's pretty bad, isn't it?" Levi Fetz looked at the wounds, gasped, and didn't know how to answer the little girl. Lennia seemed to understand, submerged herself in the water, sighed, and said, "I wish it would heal quickly. Honestly, it keeps reopening when I sleep because it rubs against things." Lennia's mood sank. She said, "It's because I was beaten constantly, that's why." Levi Fetz quickly changed the subject, saying, "My lady, close your eyes." Lennia immediately lowered her face, covering it with her hands, and said, "Okay, Levi Fetz." Poured water, wetting Lennia's hair. Levi Fetz washed Lennia's hair. Levi Fetz comforted her. My lady, don't worry too much about the wounds. At your age, even if you get hurt, as long as you eat and sleep well, you'll heal quickly. Lennia pushed her soaking wet hair from her face. Levi Fetz, while washing Lennia's back, said, My younger brother also gets hurt a lot, so I've medicine for these kinds of wounds. After your bath, I will carefully apply it for you. Lennia turned around to look at Levi Fetz, smiling happily. Lennia asked, Miss, you have a younger brother too? Levi Fetz replied, Yes, that boy is an expert at causing trouble, so he often gets hurt here and there. After bathing, Lennia had medicine applied, wore new clothes, her hair tied in cute pigtails, and happily ran to Boreotti. Cheerfully, she announced, Tada. Boreotti looked at Lennia with a bored expression. Lennia happily smelled her clothes. It smells so good. This is the first time I've ever smelled something so fragrant. Seeing Lennia's so happy ... Levi Fetz stood to the side, watching the little girl with a fulfilled smile. As she was lost in this happy moment, Boreotti's words shattered the atmosphere. Even after a bath, you're still as ugly as ever. Hearing this criticism, Lennia froze, stiff with anger. Lennia, furious, aimed a kick at Boreotti, shouting, Did you just say something about my face? But because her legs were too short, Lennia couldn't kick him. Boreotti looked down at Lennia's aggressive action and said, My, Levi Fetz, standing to the side, was completely taken aback. She stood frozen, stunned by their verbal spar. Boreotti said, I didn't say anything. But now you are my daughter, so I have to worry. Lennia shouted, Live with it, that's your fate. At the dining table, their war of words continued, making the surrounding servants wary. Boreotti calmly said, I've never lived having to endure anything. Lennia yelled, Is this what raising a child is like? Boreotti looked at Lennia in silence. Lennia glared at Boreotti with frustration. Levi Fetz stood to the side watching them, bewildered, then broke into a small smile. After dinner, Lennia was waiting. She was brought to her room and fell asleep. Boreotti stayed up late, lost in thought on his chair. His fingers tapped on the chair thoughtfully. Levi Fetz, standing nearby, said, In my opinion, the standards for this abuse are quite severe, aren't they? Based on the young lady's words, it seems she was continuously tormented. For a long time, Boreotti paused, silent. Levi Fetz bowed with concern and continued, I was very surprised because the young lady is so small for her age. It seems they didn't even feed her properly. Boreotti thought, then frowned. He called for Levi Fetz. Hey! Immediately, Levi Fetz stood straight and looked at Boreotti, replying, Yes, Your Grace. Boreotti sat up straight and said seriously, Send word to the orphanage. Those who laid a hand on the children, even once, dragged them all to the domain. Boreotti tilted his head, resting his hand on the chair, his voice deepening, I must personally welcome them. The next morning at the inn, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Wearing a sparkling winter dress, Lennia exclaimed with delight, Wow, this is the first time I've worn something like this. Levi Fetz bent down to tie the ribbon on Lennia's pigtail. She smiled and said, It suits you very well, my lady. Being praised, Lennia beamed with happiness, her smile incredibly cute. Boreotti turned to look at Lennia and said, This way, you at least look human. Lennia got annoyed, turned towards Boreotti angrily, I was always human. You're supposed to praise me at times like this. Boreotti looked away and said, Anyway, you're not pretty, so what is there to praise? Lennia moved closer to Boreotti. Isn't what you just said a bit too harsh? And you're my father, Boreotti asked. If so, why do you call me Mr.? Lennia's face turned bright red, and she said, It's just because I'm not used to it yet. Boriotti, resting his chin on his hand, said indifferently, I'm not used to giving praise either. Lennia pouted, her face sullen. Boriotti was thinking, his chin in his hand. Then he leaned forward, crossing his arms on his knees, and said, If you want to be praised, gain some weight. Levi Fetz opened the door and stepped out, saying, Well then, I will go check the carriage and be right back. The door closed. As soon as she stepped out, Levi Fetz ran into two men. The blonde-haired man waved hello, Malays? Seeing them, Levi Fetz asked, is everything ready? The two men didn't answer. Levi Fetz fell silent, turning her face away in thought. Mono Cerise and Gabin approached Levi Fetz. Mono Cerise asked, What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Gabin stood beside him, tiredly yawning. Suddenly, Levi Fetz lowered her chin, resting it on her hand thoughtfully. No. It's just that the master's attitude towards the young lady is not like his usual self. Mono Cerise and Gabin both looked at Levi Fetz, not understanding what was happening. Mono Cerise laughed loudly and waved his hand. Malays, what's so serious? What do you mean he's not like his usual self? The door opened. Boriotti came out carrying Lennia. Little Lennia clung tightly to Boriotti. Boriotti asked, What are you all doing standing in front of the door? Levi Fetz quickly said, Our apologies, my lord. The two men, Mono Cerise and Gabin, stood still, looking worried. Mono Cerise, startled, said, Good morning, my lord. Boriotti and Levi Fetz immediately walked ahead. Levi Fetz reported to Boriotti, Breakfast will be ready shortly. Boriotti said, Then I'll take a short walk and come back. Lennia peeked over Boriotti's shoulder and waved goodbye to Mono Cerise and Gabin. The two of them also waved goodbye to the little girl. After Boriotti and Levi Fetz had left, Gabin and Mono Cerise stood frozen on the spot. Gabin said, What did we just see? In the afternoon, the sunlight began to deepen, still filtering through the tree leaves as the carriage set off. Lennia sat on the seat, hugging her round belly, happy and satisfied, remembering the delicious meals from the day, like meat for breakfast, meat for lunch, meat for dinner, a whole day of delicious, savoury meat. Suddenly, Lennia quickly covered her mouth, worriedly thinking, What if I throw up? Boriotti, who was reading a report, looked up and said, What's wrong? You can just throw up. Hearing that, Lennia bent over. Under the gentle sunlight filtering through the window, the father and daughter talked. Lennia complained, This carriage is so expensive. It's such a waste. It must be tiring just to clean it, Boriotti said. Do you have to worry about such things? Boriotti, while still looking at his report, said, You are now the daughter of Duke Boriotti. Don't feel bad about throwing away a carriage. Lennia listened, slowly relaxing her small hands that were covering her mouth, then sat obediently, listening. In the time it takes to breathe, I can earn enough money to buy this carriage. Boriotti looked at the report and said, Just tell me what you want. Lennia, am I? Boriotti glanced at Lennia, confused. Am I? Lennia wrung her small hands, cheerfully saying, You're so cool, mister. You're really the best. Boriotti froze in front of the little girl. Lennia turned to look at Boriotti and said, Anyway, I didn't throw up, but it still hurts. Lennia placed her small hands on her chest, closed her eyes, and said, Besides, a person should be rich in heart. Boriotti raised a hand to his neck and said, That's all nonsense. Lennia placed her small hand on the carriage window. That's right. It's all nonsense. Lennia, looking out the carriage window, mused. It's just something people without money say to encourage themselves. Lennia turned to Boriotti and said, Mister, you know that too, right? Boriotti remained silent, looking at Lennia thoughtfully. Clothes and other things ... I'll have to buy a lot. Boriotti smirked at Lennia's earlier words. It's just something people without money say to encourage themselves. She's quite something. Levi Fetz knocked on the window from outside. Lennia, sitting by the window, looked out. Seeing Levi Fetz, Lennia immediately called out happily, "Sister Malays." Seeing Lennia, Levi Fetz smiled and greeted the little girl. Levi Fetz signalled for the carriage to stop and for the other knights to take a rest. Inside the carriage, Lennia turned to Boreotti, excited and happy. "I like her." Boreotti, with his legs crossed, said coolly, "Malays is a talented knight." Boreotti looked at Lennia. Lennia looked back at her father with a confused expression. Boreotti realised, come to think of it, you also need a guardian knight. Boreotti pondered for a moment, then listed the people his daughter would need, like a private tutor, a guardian knight, and a lady's maid. Then Boreotti nodded, choosing a candidate for his daughter's guardian knight, Levi Fetz. Boreotti looked at his daughter and asked, "But Lennia, have you ever tried skiing?" Then Boreotti imagined the scene, Lennia getting so dizzy from skiing that she throws up by a tree. Levi Fetz sits beside her, patting Lennia's back, asking, "My lady, are you all right?" Boreotti clicked his tongue. "Due to poor health... Hearing that, Lennia looked up. "Skiing?" Lennia asked excitedly, "What's that?" Boreotti rested his chin on his hand and explained briefly, "It's a way to travel quickly over long distances. First dash timers... If not used to it, will get dizzy. It's like riding a high-speed train," Boreotti explained, lacing his fingers together. Lennia was excited to try. "I haven't tried, but I'm sure I'll be fine." After playing for a while and getting used to it, Lennia fell with a thud, her head spinning, and landed right in Levi Fetz's arms. Boreotti approached, taking off his cloak. Lennia, looking dazed and weak, whispered, "I'm going to die." Boreotti frowned. "I've never seen anyone die from motion sickness," Lennia said. "Mister, you're really unlucky." Boreotti bent down, taking off his fur-lined cloak, and looked at Lennia. "Look, you almost died." Lennia tried to force her eyes open. Boreotti used his warm fur cloak to wrap his daughter snugly in his arms. Boreotti patted Lennia's back. Lennia winced and said, "Don't pat me. I'm about to throw up." Boreotti complained, "You really talk a lot." Lennia, lying in Boreotti's arms, asked, "Can I throw up on your coat?" Boreotti bent down to look at Lennia and said, "You really don't think much of me, do you?" Boreotti gently soothed Lennia. Lennia gradually calmed down and fell asleep. Seeing his daughter sound asleep, Boreotti looked at Lennia. What an ugly girl. The Gladigo Knight Order, Protectors of the North, appointed to protect Duke Boreotti for many consecutive years. A vicious character who best fits the name Black Beast. Everyone simultaneously thought, "Our Lord... Boreotti held Lennia in his arms. He draped his cloak over the little girl sleeping in his embrace. Lennia slept so soundly she let out a soft snore. Levi Fetz said, "As soon as the young lady's condition improves, we can prepare to depart." Canis Lennia replied, "Yes." Light shone into the cave. Snow began to cover the mountain ranges. The carriage rode over the white snow, leaving behind hoof prints. A luxurious carriage was rolling along leisurely. Lennia blinked her eyes and woke up. They had arrived in a city filled with a cold atmosphere. Despite that, people were still bustling on the streets. Lennia smiled brightly like a flower and exclaimed, "This is amazing. It's the first time I've seen this." Boreotti looked at the scenery outside and said, "It's smaller than the capital." The little girl replied, "I've never been, so I wouldn't know." Lennia pouted, thinking, "So to me, this place is the best." The little girl peeked her small head out of the window. Lennia said, "It's snowing a lot." Boreotti said, "In the Boreotti domain, snow piles up until spring." Hearing that, the little girl asked, "It must be very cold," he replied. "Once you get used to it, it's fine." The carriage arrived in front of a large mansion. Lennia said, "I like the cold too." An incredibly grand and magnificent mansion appeared. Inside, all the servants were busy preparing. Someone clapped their hands and shouted, "Come on! The master is about to arrive. Is everything ready?" The sound of footsteps echoed. The servants looked towards the main gate where a carriage was approaching. Finally, the carriage stopped and a horse neighed. The head maid said, "He's back," as a thud was heard. She looked puzzled. Thump! A little girl suddenly appeared in front of her. Lennia exclaimed, "Amazing! The house is so big." The little girl was suddenly lifted up. Boryoti easily held her with one arm. Two rows of servants bowed respectfully and chanted, "Welcome back, my lord." Lennia struggled and said, "This is so awkward." Seeing this, Boryoti switched arms to hold the little girl. Lennia looked at him. The little girl said, "My middle doesn't hurt anymore." Boryoti nodded and said, "Mine neither." He carried Lennia inside. The little girl called, "Mister," he asked. "What?" The little girl replied, "I'm hungry," he said. Endured a little longer. The servants who heard this all wondered, Who is that?" "Mister," Lennia called again. Boryoti patiently said, "What is it now?" Lennia touched his chest. The little girl said innocently, "Your chest is so firm." Boryoti froze for 5 seconds and asked, "Ha?" He carried Lennia into the mansion. Lennia looked around curiously. The inside of the mansion was exquisitely carved. The little girl couldn't help but gasp. Lennia suddenly said, "A murder case will definitely happen here. The culprit is in here." Boryoti asked, "How do you know?" Hearing that, Lennia was startled and asked, "Really? Did someone really die? You're not the murderer, are you?" Boryoti replied, "The culprit is in the basement." The little girl asked, "Oh, being tortured." "Can I see?" he asked. "You want to see?" The girl said, "I don't like rats or fried heads." The butler suddenly interrupted their conversation. "It was a long journey, my lord. You must be tired." Boryoti said, "While I was away, you took good care of this place." "Kara?" Kara nodded. Boryoti said, "Kara? Call the designer and the architect." To hear, Kara hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask something? What are you calling them for?" Boryoti poked Lennia's cheek. He explained, "Because there's no place in the house suitable for children." Kara glanced at the little girl and said, "Children." Lennia said, "Hello, ma'am, I'm Lennia." Boryoti suddenly said, "No." Boryoti asked, "I gave you a new name. Why are you still using that long one?" "Did you forget?" Lennia said. "It's fine if I say it like that." Boryoti asked again, "So in the future, will you only introduce yourself with half a name?" Lennia looked at him. Then the little girl nodded. This time, Lennia turned and said, "My name is Lennia Boryoti." Boryoti touched the little girl's head. He smiled and stroked Lennia's hair. Seeing this, Lennia shyly covered her face. Kara looked at the two in surprise. She thought to herself, a scene as beautiful as a painting, yet so incomprehensible to others. Kara pondered for a moment and said, "I will go prepare a meal soon." Kara turned to leave, thinking to herself, this house is going to be noisy for a long time. Snow fell, blanketing the large mansion. In the kitchen, whispers could be heard as the kitchen servants gathered to talk. Outside, the maids asked, "Are you serious?" The master returned with a child. Elsewhere, the men asked, "He was holding the child the whole time. But that child, let's see." The whispers and gossip only grew, never lessening. Someone asked, "Does she have black hair?" A servant asked, "Does the master have a woman?" Another replied, "He probably doesn't. With that face, how could he be in a state of want?" The purple-haired servant said, "But the atmosphere is so scary." The pink-haired servant said, "But that young lady isn't very scary." Lennia said cheerfully, "Hello everyone." The little girl said, My name is Lennia Boreorti, a servant exclaimed. Oh my. The pink-haired servant thought to herself, so cute. Someone called her Kani. It was the head maid, Kara. Kara asked, Kani, you've decided to be the young lady's attendant, correct? Kani replied, yes, the head maid said. You've worked hard. Kara instructed, please give that child a lot of special affection. Kani was lost in thought. Kani said, she's so thin. She assessed, but she has round eyes that look very cute. Children are naturally cute, after all. Anyway, she's indeed the master's child, isn't she? Meanwhile, in another room. This is Boreorti's study. He was writing continuously. Boreorti was completely focused on his work. 3 people stood silently watching him. Kara suddenly asked, what on earth are you thinking? Did you adopt a child for that reason? She said, are you that irresponsible? Do you not care about the hurt the child will receive? Boreorti looked at the scene outside the window. At that moment, Lennia was happily playing in the snow. She was so engrossed she didn't feel tired. Then Lennia smiled at the servant. Seeing the little girl so happy, Boreorti couldn't help but smile as well. Kara looked at him and said nothing. She said, that child is not a pet, Kara continued, but your actions are just like that. It looks as if you picked up a dog or a cat to display like a toy. At this point, Boreorti finally spoke coldly. Do you think I can't distinguish between such things? Kara replied, if that weren't the case, you wouldn't have brought that child back so impulsively. Boreorti glared at her coldly. Kara met his gaze without any fear. Mano Cerise asked, moreover, is there really no blood relationship? Please calm down, Boreorti said. Don't make me repeat myself. Levi Fett's breathed a sigh of relief. Mano Cerise said, but that black hair ... Black ... that is a colour only inheritors of the Boreorti family bloodline possess. One day, a child was suddenly adopted by Duke Boreorti. That child also had black hair. A rumour will spread, including speculation that the child is the Duke's illegitimate child. Boreorti said, first, we need to help her gain some weight. Stop asking about that over and over again. Kara said, Sai, what on earth are you planning to do? He said, what do you mean? I still have to raise her, don't I? That's a matter of course. Boreorti looked down at Lennia. Kara thought to herself, well, at least it seems he still cherishes the child, she said. First, we will start with the servants who are making a fuss in the mansion because of the master's sudden action. Kara recounted, not long ago, I called the artisans to buy things for the young lady. She said, the rumour has already spread throughout the entire domain, you know. Kara asked, what do you think about that rumour? Boreorti was lost in thought. Lennia happily ran on the thick snow, playing with the other servants. Lennia flashed a big, incredibly adorable smile. Seeing that, he smirked and thought to himself, already wandering around like it's her own house. Ha! The 3 of them heard this and remained silent. Boreorti crossed his arms and leaned against the window. For now, just leave it be. Levi Fett spoke up. He turned his head to look at her. Seeing this, Levi Fett was startled. She bowed her head and explained, they might say unpleasant things behind your back. Levi Fett clenched her fist tightly and said, it is not a simple matter for those rumours to be used to entertain themselves at the young lady's expense. Boreorti, his face filled with a murderous aura, said, anyway, no one would want to spread that story themselves. They just need to die. He pulled up a chair and said, if such a person appears, let your sword have the honour of being soaked in their blood. Levi Fett bowed in obedience. Someone knocked on the door and said, Your Grace, it's Manus Deha, Boreorti replied. Let him in. Manus bowed and said, I have brought everyone to the main hall as you commanded. Boreorti's eyes suddenly turned ice cold. He said, the guests I've been waiting for have finally arrived. A servant cried out, Oh, young miss, let me open the door for you. Lennia replied, "It's okay." The servant smiled and said, "Ah, come in. Young miss, do you like it?" Lennia smiled brightly and replied, "I love it. The snow is already up to my ankles. It feels like the snow is following me every time I walk." The servant asked, "Is that so? I'll have someone come in and clean up the snow for you?" Lennia replied with delight, "Yes, I love snow. Next time I go out, I'll build a really big snowman, like Olaf." The cook said, "It seems the young miss had a lot of fun. The snacks are here." The cook introduced the snacks specially prepared by the head chef. Focaccia. Lennia's eyes lit up. The head chef gave the food to Lennia and said, "Ah, please enjoy your meal." The little girl replied, "I will enjoy it very much." Lennia took a bite of the bread. She chewed, her eyes shining brightly. While chewing, Lennia said, "Wow, it's delicious. So delicious." Hearing this, the head chef was overjoyed and said, "Please eat a lot." The little girl was eating happily. Then Levi Fetz suddenly appeared and called, "Young miss." She turned her head joyfully and called, "Sister Levi Fetz." Immediately, she joyfully jumped towards Levi Fetz. The knight asked, "Did you discover some new fun game?" Lennia hugged her and replied, "Yes." Then Levi Fetz knelt down and said, "Hey, you don't need to speak so formally to me, okay?" The little girl looked stunned and said, "But I'm used to it." Levi Fetz said, "For the daughter of the ducal family of Boreoti, using honorifics is not strange for a humble knight like me." Lennia asked, "But aren't knights people who have to work very hard?" Hearing this, Levi Fetz was moved beyond words. She knelt on one knee and respectfully kissed the little girl's hand. Levi Fetz smiled and said, "My lady, the master is calling for you." Lennia asked fearfully, "Does he want to make me pretty again?" Levi Fetz asked, "It seems you also enjoyed it, my lady." A lovely bedroom appeared. It was fully equipped with everything, extremely comfortable. There was also an incredibly cute stuffed horse with a bow. Lennia exclaimed, "Oh my God, what is this?" The servant whispered, "I feel my blood circulating well," just as the master said. Levi Fetz smiled to herself, thinking, "How can you two, so oblivious, understand?" Lennia said, "Thank you for dressing me up. What else do I need to do? This is really too much." Boreoti said, "In exchange, I have a condition." He pointed at Lennia and declared, "Every day, you will have to be beautified once." Hearing that, the little girl immediately felt fed up. Lennia asked, "What if I refuse?" Boreoti threatened, "You're keeping a pet without permission, aren't you? If you don't obey, I'll get rid of it." Lennia winced and said, "You really are a pervert." He pointed at the little girl's feet. Boreoti touched Lennia's head and said, "When will you finally call me father?" The little girl blushed and replied, "I'll try," though she said that, in her heart, Lennia just wanted to make an ugly face to defy him. The little girl looked down and asked, "What is it now?" Boreoti said, "Hand." Lennia asked, "Hand?" The little girl held out her hand, and immediately he dropped a piece of candy into it. He said, "A reward." Boreoti explained, "A reward for you each time you get dressed up." Levi Fetz thought to herself, "The master and strawberry milk candy ... Levi Fetz held Lennia. The little girl asked, "But why did you call me?" Levi Fetz remained silent. Lennia touched her cheek. The little girl asked, "Are you mad?" Levi Fetz replied, "It's because there's an unpleasant guest." Lennia asked, "Who?" She explained, "The one who hurt you, my lady." Little Lennia was lifted up by the tall Levi Fetz. Levi Fetz expressed, "The master requested that I bring you, my lady, but I was truly worried. I was afraid that if you met that person again, you might get hurt. If you don't want to, I will take you back to your room." She said, "I will report back to the master." Lennia thought for a moment. The snow outside was getting thicker. At that moment in the main hall, several people were tied up on the floor. Boriotti looked at them coldly. He asked, "How is the orphanage?" Rupert replied, "The orphanage was completely burned down in a fire." He continued, "The news that everyone transferred from the fire had perished has been reported to that domain." Boriotti thought to himself, "Actually, the ones who will taste death are the ones right here." Rupert said, "The young children and the kind Miss Carney, it's truly a pity." Boriotti thought, "As long as everyone is alive, I will bring them to my domain." He said, "That's right. If I had arrived a little earlier, perhaps they would all still be alive." Boriotti shot a death glare towards those people. He angrily burned the paper in his hand. The bound people saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. If Boriotti's gaze could kill, they would have died many times over. It was said that Boriotti always held a dominant position, even if the other party was royalty. There were many reasons for that, especially the fangs of the beast. Or is something that only those who have reached a master level with their weapons can learn. And manhwa is the source of magic. It is something completely different from the things above. The master of the land, Boriotti, his eyes red with rage. He looked down coldly at those kneeling at his feet, who were rustling. Boriotti glanced to the side, thinking to himself, "That's the ability." Suddenly, a soft, innocent voice broke the tense atmosphere, surprising Rupert. "Mr. Lennia, being held in Levi Feds's arms, happily and cheerfully called out in her childish voice, "Mr. Levi Fetz gently placed Lennia on the ground with a soft thud. Lennia cheerfully skipped towards her Mr. and reached her tiny arms up, asking Boriotti for a hug. Upon seeing Lennia, Boriotti's fearsome expression instantly softened. He bent down to pick Lennia up and said in a gentle voice, "You'll get hurt." Hearing that, Lennia became pouty, clutched Boriotti's collar tightly, and whined, "What's wrong?" "The time I ran away from the orphanage was the best." Boriotti heard this and replied indifferently, "You broke your nose and it was bleeding. Get a grip." Lennia, hearing that, became fierce and angry. "Why do you always have to overreact like that?" Boriotti, hearing that, leaned down and looked intently at the little one, asking, "Was that not the only time you ran away from the orphanage?" Lennia nodded at that, resentfully explaining, "Yeah, because those people always wanted to hit me." Upon hearing those innocent words from Lennia, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone was completely stiff. Lennia seemed to spot someone and said excitedly, "Oh, it's the secretary, Mr." As soon as Rupert heard Lennia mention his name, he froze. Then he quickly snapped out of it, respectfully bowing his head and saying, "I have the pleasure of meeting Miss Lennia again." Rupert then continued friendly, "Feel free to call me Loopy. Seeing that you've been living well, my lady, I feel much more at ease." Lennia's whole face lit up, and she smiled brightly in response, "I've been eating well and sleeping plenty." Rupert, hearing that, smiled, "Then that's wonderful." Suddenly, a hoarse voice cut through the cheerful atmosphere, "Nya." The moment Lennia heard that name, she looked down, staring at the source of the voice. The people who were tied up excitedly tried to speak up, vying for attention. "Nya, Nya, it's us, your teachers. You're okay, we were so worried. We missed you so much. No one cared for you like we did. Why didn't you contact us even once? Have you been eating well? You're so beautiful, we almost didn't recognize you." The orphanage director, her face covered in sweat, joyfully, as if finding light in the darkness, called out, "Lennia, it's me, the director." She looked at the scene of Lennia in Boriotti's arms, clutching his sleeve, trying to jog the little girl's memory. "I still remember the first day you came to the orphanage. It was a very hot summer day. You were as beautiful and pitiful as a timid mouse. And I was the one who named you." Before the director could finish, Lennia turned to tug on Boriotti's sleeve and called out, "Mr." The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked straight at him and continued, "These are the guests who came to see me." Hearing this, Boriotti knelt on one knee, gently took Lennia's hand, and said softly, "As a father, I also have a duty to entertain them. So, before I can properly host our guests, you should meet them too, shouldn't you?" Hearing this, Lennia lifted her innocent face, her eyes looking at him with curiosity, and asked, "Why?" Boriotti gently replied, "I want to see if you intend to send any of them away." Lennia thought for a moment, Then she glanced down at the group of people tied up and kneeling on the floor and asked innocently, "Why would I have to forgive them?" The people on the floor, including the director, looked as if they'd been struck by lightning upon hearing Lennia's words. Lennia, with a terrifyingly cold and indifferent look in her eyes, finished her sentence, "Those insane, wretched scumbags." Then she was set down by Boriotti. Her feet pattered as she ran to the group, circling them with the bright, cheerful smile, have fun being tortured. Then Lennia walked up to each person, remembering the crimes they had committed against her. "This Miss Lee pinched my arm every day. This person always bragged about hitting the little kids with a leather strap. And this teacher always used the Orphanage's money to have affairs with married women." Lennia stood tall before those sinful people, her eyes looking down with terrifying contempt, thinking, "You all should have lived better lives." The director, seeing this, began to tremble, her face covered in sweat. Lennia bent down low, whispering to the director in a drawn-out tone, "That's right, I have so many beautiful memories with our director." Lennia said menacingly, "Why did you bother us like that? The director and teachers were supposed to protect us, right? But why did you live like that?" The director's eyes widened upon hearing this, her whole body breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified by the little girl's words. Lennia leaned in closer, still asking, why?" Boriotti had a terrifying, dark look in his eyes as he looked at the group. Lennia stood up straight, one hand on her hip, the other holding a shoe she had taken off, and said contemptuously, "Oh, and the day I came to the orphanage wasn't in the summer, it was in the fall." Then the little girl suddenly threw the shoe at the director's face with a thwack, saying scornfully, "It's not much, but make sure to use it." Suddenly, Lennia opened the wooden box she was holding with a click that startled people. It made Boriotti ask suspiciously, "What is that?" Lennia turned her head back cheerfully and replied, "It's a gift for the guests." Moriarty narrowed his eyes as he heard the melody begin to play. Lennia turned and said menacingly, finishing her sentence, "A requiem." At the door of the living room, where everyone was gathered, Rupert suddenly shouted, "A cockroach." The housekeeper, Kara, seeing this, quickly put a finger to her lips, signalling him to be quiet, which made him confusedly cover his mouth and think, "Oh my God." Afterwards, he became lost in thought, remembering the image of Boriotti and Lennia, but the hair texture and colour ... Back to Lennia, the little girl narrowed her eyes, her voice dark, "You people won't get far." Then she said something that made everyone from the orphanage's faces turn pale. Sweat dripped down as they were horrified. "Seeing you again is truly disgusting. So why did we have to meet again? All of you, go to hell." Suddenly, Boriotti appeared out of nowhere, standing there with his arms crossed, casually looking at them, and said coldly, "The child is 7 years old now." Little Lennia, standing next to him, quickly added, "Aha, I feel so relieved inside. I've finally gotten rid of a burden." "Ah, that's exactly it. You thought I didn't know idioms." As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly turned and handed her a piece of candy wrapped in an adorable pink wrapper. Seeing this, Lennia's eyes flickered up, glancing towards it. He leaned down slightly so she could more easily take the candy. Lennia took the candy, her eyes wide with surprise. "I didn't do anything good today, did I?" Boriotti heard this and cut her off, affirming, "You did." The little girl, hearing this, as if realizing something, asked, "Oh, was it when I was teasing the teachers from the orphanage earlier?" As if confirming her words, he gently stroked her hair and praised her. You acted like a member of the Borioshi family. After that, he looked down at Lennia with a gaze full of gentleness. This made Lennia's cheeks turn pink, and she shyly covered her face with her hands. Seeing her like that made him press his lips together, trying to hold back a smile, but his eyes were filled with affection. After that, he knelt down and lifted her into his arms. As soon as he did, applause suddenly broke out around them. The two brown-haired and purple-haired maids laughed loudly and exclaimed one after another, "The young lady is so cool, my lady." Seeing this scene, Rupert seemed to be at a loss for words, just sighing without knowing what else to do. Meanwhile, housekeeper Kara and the guard, Dame Levi Fitz-Malays, were deeply moved by the image. Seeing everyone so moved and happy made Rupert doubt himself, wondering, am I the only one who isn't moved? Am I weird? After that, he quickly trailed behind Boriotti, who was affectionately holding Lennia in his arms. Suddenly, Lennia shouted loudly, "Anyway, you can't kill them right away, right?" Hearing that, he just replied indifferently, "I wouldn't do something so wasteful." Lennia, hearing this, happily punched his chest and said excitedly, "That's right. You have to get interest, too." Suddenly, his whole body stiffened. Hearing the little girl's words was like being struck by lightning. He asked coldly, "Where did you learn that word?" Lennia heard this and replied, confused, "At the orphanage." Hearing that, Boriotti's whole demeanour seemed to be shrouded in darkness, thinking of the people from the orphanage tied up, all of them trembling with fear. Lennia, however, seemed unaware of anything and excitedly continued, "I have a great idea." Tie a rope to them and pushed them off a cliff. Then she quickly mimed the action with her hands, seriously explaining further, "Then, when they fall, with the elasticity of the rope, they will bounce up and then fall again, just falling and bouncing up again." The little girl, while making continuous thump sounds, said darkly, "Exactly like that. If the rope stops, just leave it until it breaks." Boriotti, hearing this, pondered and then praised, "That idea is well worth trying. It just so happens there's a cliff behind the mansion, a good place to test it." Hearing that, the little girl became mischievous and bounced in his arms, happily replying, "Even so, don't overdo it. They need to be healthy to be tortured for a long time." After that, she held out her pinky finger, signalling for a pinky promise with him, and continued, "If you break your promise, I get a honeycomb toffee, okay?" Rupert, hearing that, was completely astonished. Afterwards, he put a hand to his forehead, feeling helpless, no matter what ... But before he could finish, he glanced to the side, thinking, wait a minute. He seemed to remember the image of a certain long, black-haired young woman smiling brightly. Then he continued to think, could it be? He remembered that scene, the image of the carriage wheels clattering in the rain. Boriotti stood hidden in the pouring rain, letting himself get soaked. His face was now streaked with both tears and rain, impossible to distinguish. Remembering that, he came to a vague conclusion. Regina is now. It's not Chevrolet. Housekeeper Care appeared from nowhere, suddenly speaking. The child is not like Lady Regina. Hearing that, he was startled and glanced back to see who it was. Kara thought for a moment and said, "It would be more realistic to say she is the Duke's illegitimate child." The housekeeper seemed to recall the first day, when Lennia's face was smeared with dirt, but her eyes showed extreme determination, making her exclaim, "On the day we first met... The child's appearance, even a beggar on the street, wouldn't look that strange." And at that time, not for a single moment was there any resemblance to Lady Regina, but ... Then she remembered the image of the little girl smiling brightly, cradling the candy in her hand, and continued, ... Now, anyone can see that she is not the beloved lady of the Boriotti family. Housekeeper Kara seemed to remember Lady Regina's face and exclaimed, "She looks so much like her." Then the lady remembered to call Rupert's name, Loopy. Afterwards, Rupert seemed to awaken and thought, "But I don't see any resemblance at all." Rupert turned back to the housekeeper and said, "Lady Regina is dead." The two seemed to remember a day in the past. One day, it was raining cats and dogs in the Boriotti domain. Lady Regina had run away. Then she unexpectedly came across someone wearing a black cloak, face covered, sobbing. Seeing this, Regina froze. Smiling brightly, she reached out her hand towards the mysterious person and said, ... grasping the hand of the one she loved. During that storm, a carriage sped along the road. Rupert seemed to recall that day and continued, "That day, I was directly assigned to the case of the carriage being pushed downstream into the river." Head maid Kara stood stiffly. Her brows furrowed as she tried to argue, but not a single body was found. Rupert, hearing that, was stunned and didn't know what to say. Kara continued her sentence, ... if they had safely escaped the accident. She seemed to remember the scene of the innocent, nor Eve Lennia holding a bag of candy. Cradling it in her hands, she smiled at the two maids opposite her. Then the housekeeper continued with her speculation. If they escaped from the Boriotti domain ... In a room. Inside was a bathroom. A few drops of water fell with the pitter-patter sound. Boriotti was soaking in the bathtub, casually resting his arm on the edge. Then he gently brushed the wet bangs from his face. Then he suddenly remembered someone's words, "A child is not a pet." At this moment, he could only support his forehead with his hand, his eyes listless and tired, a faint smile on his lips. Afterwards, he quickly regained his composure, using his hands to push himself up, causing the water droplets on his body to fall to the floor with a pattering sound. As he roughly dried his hair with a towel, he thought to himself, "What do you mean, a pet? That's an insult to animals." He stood in front of the mirror, which reflected his own image. He wondered absently, how did she know the requiem? Then he remembered the image of Lennia, covered in mud on the day they first met, and the image of the little girl smiling, revealing to canine teeth, and thought, embezzlement of funds, a requiem. Boriotti was lost in thought. Even noble children rarely talk like that. And at an orphanage at 5 years old ... It's certainly worth investigating. Suddenly, his entire demeanor became serious, like a lightning strike in a clear sky, he thought. Otherwise, it's a natural disaster. Just as he finished his thought, he quickly dried his hair and stepped out, but was surprised to hear a voice say, "I've arrived." He tilted his head, confused. "I didn't tell you to come in here." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down on the sofa and leisurely listened to Rupert's report. "I have something to say." Afterwards, he leisurely poured himself a drink with a splashing sound. Looking at Rupert, his eyes, which already had dark circles, were now even darker. His face was gaunt as he silently cursed in his heart. "This sight is truly a spectacle, because I did all of the Duke's work." As if hearing his thoughts, he glanced in that direction, his eyes flicking towards Rupert. And when Rupert saw that ice-cold gaze, he slumped in defeat, his entire body spelling out frustration. But trying to suppress his annoyance, Rupert quickly stood up straight and said politely, "My apologies for entering without a word. Also, I came because I thought it was an important matter." Hearing that, Boriotti placed the glass down on the table with a clink. He closed his eyes and nodded his head slightly, signalling for him to speak. Suddenly, a small hand knocked on the door with a knock-knock, accompanied by Lennia's childish voice, "Mister, are you in here?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Boriotti and Rupert stiffened. Hearing no reply, Lennia said, puzzled, "Is the mister not here?" The maid standing with the little girl, seeing this, knelt down and said softly, "I think he's bathing. I saw him preparing to bathe earlier. Could the young lady come back later?" Lennia, hearing this, became determined and said, HMPH, I'll wait. Then she turned and asked, Are you scared of the mister? Making Rupert curiously look towards the door, while Boreotti leisurely held his glass of wine, ready to take a sip. The maid, hearing such an innocent question from Lennia, gently explained, The master is Duke Boreotti of the North. He is the most powerful person in this world. It's natural to be afraid. I am just a normal servant. In the room, he heard Lennia ask, But ... why is he so nice to me? But at this moment, he just sat there calmly listening, while Rupert fearfully glanced at Boreotti. Then, the maid didn't keep Lennia waiting long and replied, Because the master is very fond of you, my lady. As soon as the little girl heard that, her cheeks turned pink, and she shyly looked down. Then Lennia hesitated and said, ... Well, that's good. Boreotti, hearing that, just smirked without saying a word. Suddenly, the little girl sighed and continued, But what if I turn the mister into an old man? The two men in the room were surprised to hear the words an old man. Boreotti clutched his throat, suddenly feeling an indescribable sensation, while Rupert was startled and silently shed a tear in his heart. The maid, hearing the girl's words, could only reply, The master is very well loved. Lennia, hearing this, said, A face isn't everything. You have to have a good heart. The mister's personality isn't the filthy type. Hearing the little girl's defense, Boreotti just remained silent, leaving Rupert in a suffocating atmosphere that made him think, Even if I die, I want to laugh heartily. Afterwards, he gently clenched his teeth, his hands clasped tightly and placed seriously on his lap. Suddenly, he slammed the glass down on the table with a thud, saying seriously, Should I eat her alive? A filthy personality, and she even teases children. The maid, her face somber, tried her best to hold back her laughter. Then she tried to explain to Lennia, Because you ... But before she could finish, Boreotti pushed the door open, appearing before the two with his upper body bare. Seeing this, the two who were whispering were startled. Lennia's jaw dropped, and she asked, Oh, you're here? Why couldn't you pretend you weren't? Upon hearing the little girl's question, both Rupert and Boreotti became silent, not knowing what to say. And the little girl just widened her eyes, staring blankly at the two of them. Suddenly Lennia screamed, Mister, you're naked, while Rupert sat on the sofa. The maid behind her, hearing this, was shocked and shouted, My lady, that's not it. Boreotti, now a bit dazed, not understanding what was happening, said softly, Ha! Then he came to his senses and said, Come in. The little girl, as if realizing something, cried out, Mr. ... But before she could finish, he cut her off, denying, That's not it. I said it's not. As soon as he finished, he could only fall silent, not knowing what else to say. Then he sighed and asked again, So ... Do I look like that kind of man? The little girl, as if not hearing the question, said indignantly, Mister, being a pervert is not a crime. It's not a crime. Hearing that, he turned around, looked at the little girl gently, and asked, If so, does your admiration for a duke like me disappear? Hearing that, the little girl looked at him intently. Then she suddenly spun around, looking all around. Boreotti, not hearing the answer he was hoping for, continued, Even so, you'll have to meet someone good in the future, right? Not now. The little girl, hearing this, became angry and put her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes and thinking, What is he trying to do? But out loud, she asked, Why? Because of me. He heard this and replied helplessly, It's just that there's no one I like. But his whole face had powdered, and he furrowed his brow, thinking, Why am I talking about this with a kid? As if to move past this awkward topic, the little girl reached her arms out towards him, and he quickly bent down to pick her up. Suddenly, the little girl bumped into the muscle on his arm. Lennia's eyes sparkled, and she asked with admiration, "Why?" Boreotti glanced down, not knowing what to say. Then Boreotti suddenly threw on a bathrobe, making Lennia feel dissatisfied, letting out a HMPH when she saw it. The little girl, held in Boreotti's arms, grumbled, "Why did you put on a shirt?" He heard the girl's annoyed question and asked back, "Because of who, do you think?" Lennia, hearing this, replied, "Seeing that is enough to make me go crazy." Boreotti looked up at the sky and sighed as he saw the little girl trying to pull open his robe. "It's over. I'm being sexually harassed by my daughter." Lennia heard this and replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, from now on, I'll just peek." Boreotti lowered his gaze and asked the little girl coolly, "But why did you come here?" Lennia, hearing that, seemed to remember something and bent down to rummage through her pocket. She exclaimed, "That's right." Then the little girl cheerfully and clumsily handed a bag of cookies to him, smiling and saying, "Ta-da, this is for you. You tortured a lot of people in the dungeon. I was afraid you'd be tired, so the head chef and I baked cookies. Eat this and keep up the good work." Lennia, seeing that Boreotti had accepted her cookies, said proudly, "You always give me candy, so this time I'm giving you something." Before the little girl could be happy for 5 seconds, he coldly uttered a harsh truth. "Well, the ingredients for this were bought with my money." Lennia's face showed her annoyance, and she said angrily, "Every time you do this, I hate you." Then the little girl, as if going mad, jumped up and tried to take back the bag of cookies she had just given him, yelling, "If you're not going to eat it, give it back." Boreotti, seeing this, held the bag of cookies away and said indifferently, "Who said I wasn't going to eat it?" Lennia, hearing this, continued unhappily, "I'm in a bad mood, so I don't want to give it to you anymore. What? Is it funny not to have money?" Boreotti heard her words like a clap of thunder and asked coldly, "Is my money not mine now?" Lennia put on an adorable, innocent, and affectionate look. "Mister, I was just kidding earlier." Rupert, seeing this scene, was silent for a moment and spoke up, "Hey, have you forgotten I exist?" Hearing that, Boreotti and Lennia, their eyes sparkling, innocently looked at Rupert. A moment later, Lennia was let down and cheerfully followed the maid, turning her head back to wave goodbye to the 2 men. Boreotti watched the little girl walk away and looked at Rupert standing next to him, his hands fumbling to open the bag of cookies Lennia had given him. He coolly asked, "Rupert, are you still here? What was that about renting a ship?" Rupert, hearing that, felt annoyed inside, thinking he really did forget about me. But on the outside, he smiled. He replied, "I haven't said it yet, so I will say it now." Rupert screamed in frustration in his heart, when he saw the sight of Boreotti taking out a cookie and munching on it with great relish. He could only hold it in, speechless, as he saw Boreotti chew and swallow the cookie with a satisfied expression. Rupert quickly regained his composure and seriously got to the main point. "It's related to Miss Lennia." In the bedroom, Lennia happily asked, "Do you think the mister will like those cookies?" The maid, hearing this, smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, of course." A little lady baked those cookies with all her heart. The maid gently adjusted the blanket for the little girl. She gently said, "Today was a very busy day. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" "You did very well." The little girl seemed to only hear the last part and asked happily, "Really?" That maid, hearing that, smiled until her eyes crinkled and replied softly, "Of course. Now, go to sleep. If you need anything, just use this bell to call me." Lennia held the bell in her hand, staring at it for a long time, but still didn't understand what was so special about it. The maid, seeing this, explained, "This is a magic bell. Everyone can hear its sound." After that ... She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a gold bracelet and continued, "Do you see this bracelet? I can hear you through this." Hearing that, Lennia exclaimed. That's amazing. The maid, hearing this, nodded and continued. Yes, I think it's amazing too. However, this bell is quite expensive. I will leave it with you. Now, please rest. In Lennia's dark bedroom, looking towards the window, Lennia stared intently at the bell on the table. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. I suddenly remember seeing someone else make a sound from a bell just like this one. A tinkle sound echoed in her memory. Suddenly, appearing in Lennia's thoughts was a line of children, each holding one of those magic bells, taking turns shaking them, causing them to ring. The tinkling sound made the people on the street turn their heads in curiosity. Then the little girl, as if remembering something, thought vaguely, ... in my previous life. Rupert handed the investigation file on the little girl to Boreotti and said, This is what we found out about Miss Lennia since she was born. He narrowed his eyes and said menacingly, Haven't we already settled this? Rupert, standing opposite him, froze, standing silently in fear. He spoke up, I believe we should investigate further. He heard that Anne just said indifferently, Why? I hope you don't feel insulted by what I'm about to say. That is a meaningless task. Hearing that, he cried out, trembling, Please, Your Grace. From that moment, I have staked my life on this. Boreotti, while chewing a strawberry, retorted, Oh, will you keep that promise? Hearing that, he suddenly smirked and said menacingly, I believe that Miss Lennia and Lady Regina may be related. Hearing that, he furrowed his brow and stared intently at him. Seeing this, Rupert felt as if an invisible pressure was weighing on his shoulders, causing him to hunch them. Boreotti just said one cold sentence, Regina is dead. Rupert, hearing that, was terrified, sweat trickling down his temple. Afterwards, as if regaining his composure, he lifted his head and turned to say, First, we still haven't found her body. He seemed to remember the image of a man reaching out his hand towards Lady Regina and speculated if Lady Regina and her lover successfully escaped at that time. And their child is Miss Leonaa ... We should correct the rumour that she is an adopted child. He heard that and thought for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Right, actually, I also think we should look into Lennia's past. Hearing that, Rupert could only say, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Boreotti looked at the bag of cookies Lennia had given him earlier and said, However, after hearing your presentation, I think we shouldn't do that. I found Lennia at an orphanage. As soon as Rupert heard this, he shouted in frustration, Then why didn't you investigate who her parents were? Boreotti heard this and just narrowed his eyes, indifferently asking, Are you planning to tell the child? These are your birth parents, but they are both dead. Upon hearing that question, Rupert was completely stunned, not knowing what to say. Not caring about his reaction, he continued, Moreover, assuming Lennia is indeed Regina's daughter, that would not be beneficial for the child. He analysed the pros and cons. The daughter of a woman who ran away with a man rejected by the family ... Double quotes ... and the adopted daughter of the most powerful person in the empire, ruler of the entire North, Duke Boreotti. If I had to choose between those two identities for the child, I think the second one is clearly much more valuable. Rupert, after hearing this, bowed his head low and respectfully replied, I've made a mistake. But before he could finish, Boreotti cut him off. You have thought more thoroughly than I. Hearing this, he became flustered and scared. What do you mean? Boreotti turned away thoughtfully, resting his hand on his forehead. Regina's daughter. I didn't even consider that possibility. Rupert, hearing that, widened his eyes in astonishment. But before he could recover from his surprise, Boreotti turned and asked, Do you think Lennia and Regina look alike? Hearing that, Rupert hesitated slightly and replied honestly, To be honest ... double quotes, he recalled the images of Lady Regina and Miss Lennia. Then he said thoughtfully, I don't think so. Instead, she looks terrifyingly like the Duke. Boryoti heard that and said, confirming the child's origin is a simple matter. Then, as if remembering something, he continued, when we first met at the orphanage, I saw her black eyes sparkling with gold dust. At that time, I thought it was just uncontrolled energy manifesting, but that wasn't it? Rupert seemed to recall the image of little Lennia enveloped in red flames and said, the convincing proof of possessing Boryoti blood is the beast's fang. At a magnificent and splendid castle. Before them was a spread of worldly delicacies. 3 servants stood in the magnificent dining room with Lennia, who was swinging her short legs, and Boryoti, who was sitting seriously. Sitting properly before the sumptuous food laid out before them. Little Lennia happily gazed at the egg tart before her, so delighted that her eyes crinkled. Meanwhile, Boryoti calmly cut his steak, making a sizzle sound. Suddenly, he called out, Lennia. Before letting Lennia respond. Boryoti coaxed, now it's time to wiggle. Taking the opportunity, he fed her a piece of meat, leaving Lennia to only say, hutch in confusion. While Lennia was chewing on the piece of meat she was fed, she let her mind wander, imagining a spectacular painting with a design Lennia Boryoti, named Palia Boryoti. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, because of the weather. Then another voice replied, that's right, only the Knights of Armen have to freeze to death while hosting them. Boryoti looked at Lennia sitting next to him and said, it should have been hung up yesterday. Then the little girl pushed her chair back, gently placed her feet on the floor with a soft thump, and ran off. The maid behind her stepped forward and draped a red cloak over the little girl, which surprised Lennia. She turned around and smiled sweetly. Ah, thank you. Lennia held the hem of her cloak and exclaimed happily, I look like a superhero. Boryoti, hearing this, asked, who's that? The little girl, hearing the question, explained innocently, the person who wears underwear over their clothes. Upon hearing that answer, Boryoti could only feel helpless, not knowing what to say. Then Boryoti, after a moment of helpless silence, said, there's a pervert like that here. The little girl, hearing his words, retorted, not a pervert at all, just wearing underwear on the outside. It's a personal choice. Boryoti, hearing this, could only helplessly argue back, that's still a pervert. Then he thought to himself, I guess I'm a pervert too, as he remembered the scene where Lennia cried out after he poked her forehead, and then said helplessly, are you a pervert? Lennia, seeing the topic straying, argued back, actually, a superhero's costume isn't that important. The main thing is the body. That body has to have broad shoulders and chest muscles too. Then the little girl smiled teasingly. Why are you always so serious? Isn't it great to take care of your body? After Lennia finished speaking, she cheerfully ran off, her arms outstretched in a superhero flying pose, prompting Boryoti to call out a reminder, be careful not to fall and break your nose. The two went to the living room where there was a giant fireplace. Then Boryoti went and sat down in a chair. He glanced at Lennia, who was swinging her legs while accepting the book the maid handed her. My lady, here is your book. Lennia took it and said politely, thank you. He watched the little girl engrossed in her book, not paying him any attention, and just kept his eyes glued on her without saying a word. Then Boryoti noticed the title of the book Lennia was reading, A Meaningless Life, which made him sigh, not knowing what to say. Mr. Boryoti spoke up, breaking the silence. A children's story, huh? Lennia, hearing that, looked at the book with disdain and said, so childish. Then he peeked at the content of the book A Meaningless Life she was reading and retorted, at your age, it's normal to read that, isn't it? Hearing that, Lennia pouted and replied, but I've already finished it. Boryoti thought to himself, that's possible, I guess. Then he asked, so where did that book come from? Lennia, while engrossed in the book, distractedly answered, Mr. Sergei said I could read anything. Boryoti, hearing this, turned completely towards her and asked, "Then why did you choose that book?" Lennia nonchalantly replied, "Because the title sounded touching." Then the little girl, with the air of a wise old woman, sighed and said, "Sigh, in my experience, life is very fleeting." Boriotti, hearing that, narrowed his eyes and looked at the little girl thoughtfully. "This is just my opinion, but it seems life at the orphanage must have been very tough." Then Lennia, who was engrossed in her book, froze and looked up at him when she heard the question, "Lennia, do you want to meet your birth parents?" Hearing that, Lennia replied, "I don't even know who my birth parents are." Boriotti, hearing that, looked at her in surprise. He watched the little girl say indifferently, "I don't remember anything from before the orphanage, and my parent now is you." The little girl coldly thought, "I don't remember anything about the person who gave birth to me." Lennia remembered the scene of herself, dirty and in ragged clothes, and thought to herself, "I feel nothing. What I really remember is the secret resolve that I would never see them again." Lennia was silent for a moment. Then she looked innocently at the waiting Boriotti and asked, stunned, "Do I have to remember?" Suddenly, he raised his hand with a swish sound. He gently pulled the little girl into his arms and said, "It's okay if you don't remember." Lennia's face lit up when she saw Boriotti offer her a piece of candy. She opened her mouth wide in anticipation, staring at the candy. When she popped it in her mouth, she thought with satisfaction, "Strawberry milk candy." Boriotti bent down and asked, "You haven't forgotten that I'm your father, have you?" He continued, "But even if I were to die early, you still wouldn't call me father once, would you?" Lennia, hearing this, stammered, That's because I'm still not used to it." Boriotti narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, making excuses again. Lennia, hearing that, got annoyed and flailed her arms and legs, yelling, "Ah, are you picking a fight again?" Then she used her tiny fists to punch Boriotti's chest, grunting with frustration. Suddenly Lennia stopped, pouting and puffing out her cheeks with a HMPH. Seeing this, Boriotti could only smile indulgently, but quickly hid it. He coldly ordered the little girl, "Lennia, look me in the eye for a moment." Boriotti stared at Lennia, making her. The little girl tried to widen her eyes, staring back at him, thinking he was playing a staring contest. Lennia stared intently at Boriotti, but in contrast, he just looked down at her blankly. Suddenly, Boriotti's eyes turned red. And it startled Lennia. Seeing this, the little girl got scared and buried her head in Boriotti's chest, leaving everyone else helpless and speechless. Lennia raised a hand to rub her teary eyes and firmly called out, "Mr." Boriotti, as if not hearing her, turned around and ordered, "Everyone, get out." The maids, hearing this, quickly bowed. They quickly turned and left. After the sound of the door closing echoed, click. Boriotti then said seriously, "Lennia, I don't like to beat around the bush." Hearing that, Lennia could only mumble, trying to think if she had any bad memories about beating around the bush. Boriotti continued, "It seems you are my niece." Lennia, hearing that, was stunned and then became scared, thinking in disbelief, "I don't even know where to begin." She stammered out an explanation, "I am an orphan." "You brought me from the orphanage yourself." But Boriotti spoke up again, "But you carry the blood of Boriotti in your body. It's nothing." Hearing that, the little girl tried to salvage the situation. "Maybe it's just a coincidence." Suddenly, he gently took a lock of the little girl's hair, examining it and said, "Black is a trait only passed down within the Boriotti family." As if remembering the determined and resolute look on Lennia's face, he continued, "The fearless child who was curious and intentionally activated her own fangs, her sparkling eyes ... that is the flow of mana. Young magic users often protect their bodies by releasing mana, but that's not it." Boriotti bent down and said, "You know what the fangs are, don't you?" Lennia, as if remembering Borioti's blood-red, ruthless eyes, replied, "The eye color changes and it looks very cruel." Hearing that, Borioti explained, "Did you know? When you saw me at the orphanage, your eyes shone. It must have been because of your fangs." Lennia, hearing that, asked in alarm, "So the reason your eyes were blazing was because of what I said? But it wasn't that scary just now." Borioti just said softly, "Because it wasn't a threat. Just now was simply to check if you had the ability." Fangs reacting to fangs. Lennia froze, bowing her head and thinking, "Am I really?" Then the little girl instinctively looked at her tiny hands. Suddenly, as if not believing the truth she had heard, she pinched her cheek hard, which startled Borioti. "Ah, this isn't a dream, is it?" Seeing this, Borioti picked up the little girl, worriedly asking, "But why are you pinching yourself like that?" Lennia pointed at herself. She asked, stunned, "If so, then who gave birth to me?" Hearing that, Borioti was silent for a long time before replying, "My cousin." As if remembering the scene of Lady Regina gently smiling and calling his name, Paleo Borioti, he continued, "She was the most annoying woman in the world." The Black Beast Barrier. That was a novel I enjoyed reading in another world. The black mask belonged to Duke Borioti, the Master of the North. The white mask belonged to Count Bariah Urbanu, who would be his eternal companion. The love story of those two, the novel people called Chris, was written in an interesting way. Suddenly, Lennia woke up. Lennia was panting. She sat up in surprise. Next to her were other children. Lennia held her head, thinking in confusion. Lennia remembered the days of hardship. Eating, cooking, ... living in fear. She thought to herself, waking up and no longer being a noble. One day, I opened my eyes and found myself an orphan. Lennia recalled the day she was gathering firewood when suddenly, ... she saw something. It was a carriage stopped in front of the orphanage. It was a noble's carriage, bearing the crest of the Black Herald. It seems Lennia recognized it. As she wondered to herself, the Black Herald. She remembered the day she met the master of the land, Borioti. The moment I saw that text, I realized this was the world of the novel, so I took a life-or-death gamble. Lennia thought, compared to the tiresome orphanage, being a servant to the Duke is 100 times better. But even so, she never expected the master of the land, Borioti, to say, "Lennia Borioti, that is your new name." The master of the land, Borioti, had said, "It seems you are my niece." This turn of events was completely unpredictable. In front of Lennia was Borioti. He looked at her calmly. Lennia, flustered, stammered, "A niece? I don't think the original story ever mentioned this." No, compared to that ... double quotes Lennia thought to herself. Do they normally reveal birth secrets after breakfast and playing around? Lennia ran on the floor. Housekeeper Kara ran after her, saying, "Oh my, wait a moment." Housekeeper Kara said worriedly, "You shouldn't run like that, you'll fall." Lennia remembered what Borioti had said, "If you're curious, try asking Kara." When she reached the room, Lennia quickly closed the door. Kara asked, puzzled, "My lady?" Lennia replied, "This is a secret." Housekeeper Kara, stunned, said, "First, please sit down." Kara picked up a coat with one hand. Then she asked, "What secret are you talking about?" Kara draped the coat over Lennia. Then Lennia said, "The mister told me." Kara asked, "About what?" Lennia replied, "About the person who gave birth to me." Housekeeper Kara said, "Ah, I see." Then Kara, flustered, said, "Yes, my lady." Lennia continued, "The mister said the person who gave birth to me is his cousin." Kara wondered, "How can that be confirmed?" Lennia pointed to her mouth and replied, "The beast fangs, I have them too." Housekeeper Kara fell silent upon hearing that. Lennia said, "The one who gave birth to me has them too." Suddenly, she noticed Kara. Housekeeper Kara's eyes filled with tears. Lennia waved her hand worriedly. Are you crying? Kara wiped her tears with her hand and said, Forgive me, this old woman. Kara thought to herself, Miss Regina must not be of this world then. In that case, double quotes. Lennia looked at Kara, stunned. On the table were 2 cups of tea. Lennia was speechless, hesitating, not knowing what to say. Then Lennia touched the rim of the teacup and asked, Does the mister hate the person who gave birth to me? Hearing that, Kara was flustered and said, No, that's not it, Miss Regina. Kara kept hesitating, saying Miss Regina and then falling silent again. Lennia looked at housekeeper Kara and thought, Regina seems to be the name of the person who gave birth to me. Kara placed a hand on her chin and said, Not very perceptive. Lennia was surprised. Kara continued to make excuses. I know this isn't something a servant should say, but at least that's what he thinks. He is very kind and has no ulterior motives. Is a pacifist, so you will receive a lot of love. Lennia thought to herself, she's saying it's impossible. Housekeeper Kara remembered Boriotti as a child. Kara said, Miss Regina and the master. She really liked him. Neither of them had siblings. Because she wanted to be closer, she asked many questions and stayed by his side. She acted with a kind heart, without any malice. Lennia smiled and nodded. She thought to herself, so they're complete opposites. Just how dense was she? Lennia remembered her past experience in another world. There is nothing more frustrating than an insensitive idealist. Regina didn't appear in the novel because the character Pelio didn't care about her. If he had a cousin, it would be very annoying, and if he didn't, he could live comfortably. Lennia thought, that's a bit pitiful. Lennia looked up at Kara and continued to ask, Even so, what about the person who gave birth to me? Kara lowered her face in silence. Then Kara spoke up. She ran away. Her lover was a wandering, rogue reporter. Of course, the family opposed their relationship. She chose to turn her back on her family and was determined to leave with the one she loved. Lennia's expression lost its interest. She thought, I was wrong to even try to care about this. Lennia drank her water with a gulp. She thought to herself, a wandering reporter of unknown origin. I'll just lie and pretend to be moved. No one would notice even if I wrote a book title, This Isn't a Fairy Tale. Kara looked at Lennia and stammered, Hey, my lady, could it be you? Kara looked at Lennia and asked, Do you miss Miss Regina? Lennia placed the cup down on the table. She nodded. Lennia said, Thank you for letting me know. It's a secret about my birth that's worse than me asking someone else. It is currently winter, and the snow is falling endlessly. Inside the living room, on the table is a plate of cookies and a pot of tea. Lennia was sitting in front of the fireplace reading a book, while Boriotti was lying on the couch with his hand propping up his head, watching Lennia. Boriotti spoke up, Aren't you the least bit curious about your parents? Lennia turned to look. Then Lennia turned back and said, Are you trying to make someone who remembers nothing cry? Lennia flipped a page and said softly, I don't dwell on the past and only look forward. Boriotti silently held his head. Lennia remained engrossed in her book. Suddenly, Boriotti stroked her head. Lennia turned her head and asked, Why? Boriotti replied, In that regard, you're more like me than Regina. Hearing that, her cheeks turned red. Lennia sat down with a plop and said with relief, Really? So that means I have some sense. Boriotti continued to stroke Lennia's head. She would return happily. Then she turned and said, Besides, I miss teacher Carney and my friends. Boriotti said, They are living in the orphanage within the Boriotti domain. When morning comes, I will take you there. Lennia smiled happily and said, Really, promise me, Mr. Boriotti, seeing that, smiled. Lennia suddenly looked worried and asked, But ... She asked, Aren't you busy? Boriotti lay on the couch, looking idle. Lennia asked, "You haven't been working lately, have you?" Boreote said, "When you eat, don't spill it on the table." Lennia's fashion today caught Boreote's attention. He asked, "How much food are you planning to make that you need to wear that apron?" Lennia angrily shouted, "This is just an accessory. It's part of the outfit." Boreote lay down and chuckled. "The last time you ate, you were drooling." Lennia shouted back, "That was only one time." Boreote continued, "Even if I were missing a tooth, I wouldn't do that." Lennia stood up and asked, "Do you always have to win every argument?" Boreote replied, "Look at your father and learn something good." Lennia replied, "What is there to learn from you?" Boreote was silent. Then he spoke up. "Anyway, I won't be home for a while." Lennia asked, why?" Boreote closed his eyes and replied, "The season of rampant monsters is coming again." Lennia asked, puzzled, "Rampant? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? You should be glad I'm not like other kids." Lennia was attaching something to him. Boreote said, "You should also be glad that I'm not a normal father." Boreote sat up and continued, "The Boreote lands have so many they're called a monster den." On Boreote's head was a sparkling pink bow. Lennia covered her mouth and laughed. Afterwards, Boreote took the bow off. He said, "When the blizzard stops, I'll have to lead the night order on a hunt to reduce their numbers." Lennia leaned forward. He touched her forehead with his finger. Lennia looked at him and fell silent. Boreote was still trying to untie the bow. Lennia stared at him intently. Boreote looked back at her. Then he turned her head back. He said, "Now, turn around." He held half of her hair. Boreote said, "While we're wiping out the monsters, if it's daylight, we'll finish early. If a strong wind blows in the middle, it might take some time." Boreote continued, "Humans are affected by the weather more than monsters." He used the bow from earlier to tie Lennia's hair. He said, "In the future, I'll take you with me too." Boreote looked at Lennia with satisfaction. The little girl was startled and cried out, "To that place? Why me?" Boreote said, "Because you are my successor. That's why I brought you here in the first place." Lennia looked helpless. Lennia replied, "This mister really lives a chaotic life." "You're not planning to get married?" Boreote replied. "Raising a child is more interesting than that." Lennia's face took on a mischievous expression. She laughed and said, "That's right, that time with Mr. Loopy ... Boreote's face turned angry. He said, "If you bring that up again, the food will disappear." Lennia was startled, her face changing colour. A servant entered with the cake. The little girl laughed and said, "Oh, mister, I was just kidding." The maid set the cake down. Lennia happily replied, "Wow." "Thank you, sis." The servant smiled back at her. Boreote glanced at her. Lennia's face was overjoyed as she said, "Cookies." Boreote spoke up. "Come to think of it, you use honorifics with the servants." Lennia, hearing this, stopped eating her cookie. She turned and asked, double quotes Boreote said, "And yet you speak informally with me." Lennia angrily asked, "So what? I respect you, mister. I do." She stuffed a cookie in her mouth, her face clearly saying, "Get to the point." Boreote picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "How unsightly." "All right, fine, but you should fix that attitude." Lennia replied, "Don't rush it. Time will solve it." Then she turned to the maid and said, "Sister, could you please get me a book?" Boreote put his teacup down and said, "No." He turned to look at Lennia and continued, "Only money can do that." Boreote looked at her and said, "I will solve all problems with money." Hearing that, the maids and Lennia, who was about to grab the book, looked at him. Boreote said, "Today." Then he declared, "All the servants are fired." Hearing this news, everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Lennia, shocked, asked, "What? Why?" Boreote said, "Would a mere servant dare to disobey Boreote?" He held the teacup in his hand and said, "As the master of this mansion, I cannot just watch the family's discipline crumble." Borioti's gaze became sharp. His voice was cold as he said, "Even cutting off those disobedient hands would not be enough to satisfy me." The servants, hearing this, all bowed their heads. Borioti, while sipping his tea, said, "But with my generous heart, I'm announcing your dismissal instead of cutting off your ears. Now, all of you, immediately return to your rooms, pack your belongings, and gather in front of the main hall." Lennia shouted, interrupting Borioti, I get it, I get it." She angrily yelled, "So petty, from now on, I won't respect you anymore." Lennia slumped down in defeat and said, "Using the servants to threaten me." "You're more of a monster than a monster," Borioti replied with a victorious expression, "and it's less expensive." Lennia shouted, "Less expensive? What's less expensive about it? It's too expensive." The servants could only look on with pity for Lennia. She gritted her teeth. She looked at Borioti with an unconvinced expression. Borioti spoke up, "Look, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money." Lennia lay down and ate a cookie. Borioti put down his teacup. "By the way," he said, "stop lying down and rolling around. Before I leave, let me introduce you to the knights." Lennia fidgeted, showing she found it bothersome. She whined, "The snow is falling like that, and you're fatter than me, so I'm not moving." Borioti turned and replied, "I like excuses too." Lennia said, "I'm lying on the sofa and meeting you. What's the big deal?" Borioti looked scornful. He put out a cloak on for her. Borioti held her, swaying her with one hand. He said, "Let's go." Ahead was a path lined with lion statues. Behind them, the servants followed. Lennia walked, thinking, Borioti. She looked at him, her cheeks blushing. She thought to herself, although his face is devastatingly handsome, his aura is fierce. A typical protagonist in a novel, you can't just say he has a good personality with empty words. Lennia was silent. Then she asked, "Mister, in the future, even if I continue to behave erratically like this, you won't kick me out, right?" Borioti looked at her coldly and asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Suddenly, he realized he had accidentally made that face at Lennia. He worried, "Oh no." He saw that Lennia was calm. Borioti gently tapped her nose. He said softly, "Lennia, you are my daughter." He continued, "So I will be responsible for you until the very end." Lennia turned to head away. "Promise." Her cheeks puffed out, her face red with embarrassment. A daughter teases a little and her father doesn't like it. Borioti looked at her and smiled. Suddenly, a shout echoed, startling Lennia. She turned to look. Borioti picked her up and said, "Look over there." Her eyes seemed to sparkle. Lennia looked up and gasped in surprise. Then she noticed something. Lennia asked, "What's that on the ceiling?" Borioti explained, "It is said that one of our ancestors carved it long ago." Lennia said with annoyance, "It's so noisy inside." After looking at that, I'll have nightmares, Borioti thought to himself, really. Lennia asked, "But why is it so high up?" Borioti said, "If the roof collapsed when an aura was released, it would be a big problem," she asked, puzzled. "Aura?" Borioti explained, "It is the energy inside the human body that is transformed through rigorous physical training. If mana, used by mages, is innate and a mental ability, then aura, conversely, is acquired and a physical ability. However, aura also requires a certain degree of innate ability. It's difficult to master it through effort alone." He continued, "But in my Gladigo Knight order, there are 3 people who can release aura. Having just one in a knight order is already incredible." Lennia asked, "I thought you also knew how to use aura. If there's something innate that's even stronger than that, what is it? Is it your fang?" Borioti smirked. Lennia said with annoyance, "You're really detestable." Borioti replied, Because the beast's fang is already latent within you. You just need to learn how to use it. Lennia laughed and said, If I can get my fangs out, I'll bite you first. Boryoti asked, Then what will I bite first? Lennia raised both hands and said, First, I'll bite your heart. Boryoti was silent. He asked, Why are you so obsessed with my heart? Lennia, startled, said, No, don't think of me as a pervert. Boryoti thought to himself, You're the one calling yourself a pervert. She raised a finger and said, Listen carefully. I like big, bulging muscles, Lennia said. Muscles? Hearing that, Boryoti didn't know what to say. Lennia raised both hands and shouted, Big, bulging muscles, I like them. She shouted for all to hear. I like big, bulging muscles. I like muscles. I like muscles. I like muscles. I like muscles. Like. Mano Cerise heard this and asked, Huh? The knights were sparring when suddenly a loud shout echoed, Muscles are amazing. The words I love it echoed, and the knights stopped and fell silent. Mano Cerise thought to himself, Am I hallucinating? The loud voices of Lennia and Boryoti echoed, Like what? I said I like muscles, he asked, puzzled. Why so loud? Mano Cerise thought, No, the noisy sounds of the two echoed. They wondered, Where is that voice coming from? Boryoti walked to the clamp and said, We're in the training grounds, don't be a pervert. Mano Cerise saw him and fell silent for a moment. Boryoti appeared, carrying Lennia in his arms. Mano Cerise saw him and raised his hand, My lord. Boryoti nodded. Lennia looked at him with great interest. Boryoti seemed to have noticed. He said, Mano is already married. Lennia was startled. Mano stood to the side, silent. Lennia said angrily, What do you mean by that? Boryoti replied, It means you don't stand a chance with those muscles. The two of them argued. Lennia said, Is this old mister trying to pick a fight with me today? Boryoti replied, Looks like you haven't managed it yet. You're good at holding your breath. She said angrily, You seem to have gotten older, haven't you? Boryoti retorted, And you're so small because you don't eat much, right? Mano rested his chin on his hand, thinking, HMPH ... Then he called for everyone to assemble. Everyone stopped their training and gathered. Mano stood before them and raised his hand. Lennia watched. Among the knights, she saw someone and said, Sister Malays. Malays nodded in greeting to her. Lennia happily waved back. Boryoti held Lennia tighter and said, You've all worked hard. He looked at her and said, Before the knights go hunt monsters, we should greet each other, shouldn't we? Then he introduced them. Everyone, this is Lennia, my daughter. Her face bloomed into an adorable smile. Boryoti continued, Lennia, they are the knight order that protects the north. He introduced Mano Cerise, Vice Captain of the Gladigo Knight Order. Please allow me to greet the young lady on behalf of everyone. Lennia replied, Hello, I am Lennia Boryoti. She glanced over at Boryoti. He broke into a smile. He placed his hand on her head and stroked her hair. Boryoti asked, Are the preparations complete? Mano replied, While you were away from the domain, there was an incident where monsters attacked a few small villages. Perhaps the hunt will be more difficult this time. Boryoti said, Monsters raising their young are very sensitive and violent. Lennia looked at the knights. She gazed adoringly, fixated on their muscles. She patted Boryoti and said, Mister, put me down. Boryoti looked at her with an annoyed expression. Boryoti put her down and said, Go stand next to Malays. Lennia asked, puzzled, Why? Boryoti replied, That's the only way to stop you from sexually harassing the knights. Hearing that, Lennia turned away and said, Do you have any idea how much of a pervert I am? Boryoti asked her, Then why were you smiling just now? Lennia said, I'm going to go play with the knights. Boreotti added. You need their permission for that, she said. Annoyed. Huh, what? She watched him walk away with a pout. Boreotti watched her run off. Lennia ran over to where the knights were. She bowed her head to greet the knights. Boreotti stood watching her with a happy smile. Mano looked at Lennia and said, She's much healthier now. It's a relief the young lady is adapting well. Hearing that, he looked up at Mano. Then, he said, this was her home to begin with. Someone walked over and said, as expected, having a child around really livens things up. She said, everyone looks happier than usual. She asked, by the way, has the master registered the enemy of the family yet? He said, frankly, it's already been registered. Everyone who heard this was convinced, and no one said anything else. Lennia asked, is everyone well? Malays replied, we are well, and you, my lady, are becoming more beautiful every day. She smiled and said, am I disturbing you all? Malays replied, not at all. We are very happy to have you here, my lady. Gabon replied, that's right. It's no trouble at all. Malays said, it is an honor to meet you, my lady. Gabon smiled and asked, but my lady, you were speaking very loudly earlier. Do you like mussels? Lennia answered frankly, yes, I like them very much. The knights flexed their muscles and said, my lady, is this what you mean by muscles? The beauty of the body is in its muscles. Gabon said, my relentless efforts have finally paid off. The other knights, seeing this, were annoyed and said, what are you showing the young lady? So tasteless, honestly. What is this? Lennia shouted, her face bright red. The surrounding knights, seeing this, said, the young lady is drooling. Malays began to recall the events since Lennia came to live with the Duke. Levi Fetz guessed that two rumours had spread among the knights. One was that the young lady was adopted by the Duke from an orphanage, and the other rumour was that the little girl was the Duke's secret daughter. And because the little girl's health was not good when she was brought to the mansion, although no one said anything, everyone was very worried. It's just that I'm very happy she's healthy and smiling. Leanne's eyes widened with delight as she looked at the knight's muscles. They didn't hesitate to show off for her. A helpless Malays held Lennia with one arm while wiping the little girl's drool with the other, though she wasn't entirely sure if things were really that innocent. Leanne's face was filled with excitement, her sparkling eyes staring intently. Malays reassured herself, perhaps other 7-year-old children in this world are also interested in muscles. While Lennia was admiring muscles over here, Boreotti was chatting with a knight over there. Watching Lennia smile brightly. Boreotti crossed his arms, thinking about something. Suddenly, Boreotti said to the three knights standing beside him, are you children like this too? They looked at each other with confusion. One of them had to ask, what do you mean, Your Grace? Boreotti replied, she's very interested in muscles. Understanding the Duke's meaning, they smiled. The female knight with white hair explained, Your Grace, it's normal for children of that age to be interested in things we adults can't understand. These guys here also did some strange things when they were this age. Mano Cerise also boasted, my daughter fills a chest with rocks as if it were treasure. Boreotti rubbed his chin, looking at them. Another knight replied, that's really cute. My son, on the other hand, likes to collect insect shells. The three older knights chatted with each other. They talked about their children and their personal experiences in childcare. It was the first time I had heard such things. Boreotti rested his chin on his hand and looked towards Lennia, thinking, it's surprising that I can understand that. The pink-haired knight smiled and asked, you are also a father, Your Grace. You must have the same worries as other parents. Boreotti lowered his gaze and said hesitantly, I know my daughter ... is very smart. The statement made the three knights freeze and then laugh awkwardly. Boreotti began to boast, leaving the knight speechless. Have any of you said the word requiem at the age of 7? She's even read all the fairy tales I bought for her. I put 5 books in her room. Do you think that's a lot or a little for 1 month? There's more, Boreotti continued. Unlike other children, Lennia is very bold, so she's always trying to pick fights and punch me. And then she bakes cookies for me. It seems she has many talents. I'm still thinking about what I should teach her. The knights, flustered, replied, Ah, yes, I see. Boreotti remembered Lennia's fresh, smiling face. She's gained a few pounds recently. She's getting prettier and prettier. Everything Boreotti was thinking was said out loud, and it seemed to continue, which made someone in the Boreotti household decide to be lonely. She might have to try much harder to not be taken advantage of by the nobility. And how many others are always staring at her? It's completely serious. The knights, stiff, could only force a laugh. Ha, what should we do, then? Lennia screamed, wow, which caught everyone's attention. Lennia was wildly excited, her face completely red. Again, one more time. The knight suggested, well, could you sing for us, my lady? I'll try to match your rhythm, Lennia asked, puzzled. A song, all right? She pursed her lips and puffed her cheeks. A nonsensical song born from innocence came to life. Lennia clasped her hands together, singing the words that came to her mind. I love muscles, everyone gather around. Arm muscles, shoulder muscles, some other muscles, and so on. They are all wonderful. The lower body too, thighs. The knights posed in a row. Whoa, a wave of muscles. Lennia's face was bright red, her mouth agape. Boreotti, over here, his face darkened. The knights were also speechless. A hand was placed on Boreotti's shoulder. Marquis said hesitantly, Duke, my child is certainly not this interesting. The knight behind him also replied, My child is the same. Boreotti became even gloomier. Marquis continued to reassure him, the young lady is indeed a bit special. After all, geniuses always have their quirks. The knight's cold training ground was filled with laughter. The mansion in the morning. The snow was white. A servant, holding something, approached. You're awake, my lady. Lennia was climbing on a chair to look out the window. She turned her head. Good morning. Lennia was surprised by the snow. The snow has piled up so high. This is the first time I've seen so much snow. The servant brought a teapot down and replied, This year's snowfall is even less than usual. Lennia's eyes widened as she asked, Really, that ... is it as high as an adult? The servant recalled, last year's snowfall piled up all the way to the 2nd floor. All activities in the Boreotti domain during winter take place on the 3rd floor and above. Lennia, after washing her face, also remembered the room with the fireplace. I think I was with the Duke on the 3rd floor too. Lennia wiped her face with a towel. The servant asked, What would you like to wear today? The servant showed her the options. Lennia was a bit conflicted. Then she chose. They're also beautiful. How about this one? Boreotti was about to enter when he turned his head upon hearing Lennia's call. Hey, Mr. Lennia, wearing a black dress, skipped over. Did you sleep well? Lennia raised both hands. Did you have a good dream? Did you dream of me? Boreotti spread his arms, ready for a hug. I don't think dreaming of you would be a happy thing. Lennia sat on Boreotti's shoulders, her hands on his head. Are you trying to pick a fight with me again? Aren't you going to ask if I slept well? Boreotti opened the door and walked in, calmly replying, You look like you slept very well anyway. Lennia bent over. She asked, Did you just come back from training? Your body is a bit damp, Boreotti asked, puzzled. Damp? It seems you smell the soap. Boreotti placed Lennia down on a chair. There were many dishes on the table, and the cook was still bringing more. Boreotti leaned down and said, I forgot. We've set the date for the beast hunt. Lennia asked, When? Boreotti replied, Tomorrow, Lennia was startled. A servant brought out dishes one by one. Lennia stammered, "So soon?" Boryoti explained, "We're actually considered late. Normally, we would have left today." Lennia was excited. "Wow, that's scary." Boryoti, while cutting his food, said, "However, I will leave after talking with your tutor." Lennia, surprised, "A tutor?" 2 carriages had driven straight into the mansion grounds. The carriage stopped. A lady's maid stepped down, followed by an elderly person. A resplendent woman and a noble yet simple elderly man. They were Lennia's new tutors. Lennia stared blankly. They bowed before the father and daughter of the Boryoti house. The woman with blonde hair, covered in sparkling jewels, introduced herself. "I am Serena Tedros, and I will be teaching you etiquette." Lennia thought to herself, "So beautiful." The simple-looking man next to her also introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Andy, and I will be teaching you history." Lennia thought, "He doesn't look very sharp." Lennia widened her eyes and looked at them but said nothing. Boryoti glanced at Lennia. Boryoti reached out and touched Lennia's head. He said, "Lennia." She spread her legs and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Lennia Boryoti." Miss Serena smiled, while Andy stroked his beard, observing the little girl intently. Boryoti looked at Lennia and said, "Countess Tedros will come here once a week." Lennia listened, "And Andy will be staying in this mansion." The 2 sides greeted each other again. Then they got back into the carriage and left. Boryoti's coat was removed by a servant. Lennia approached and asked, "Mister, is there anything I should be concerned about?" Boryoti glanced over silently. Then he said, "Why should you be concerned?" "They are the ones who should be concerned. In this north, the lady of the Boryoti house doesn't need to worrying about a thing." Boryoti affirmed, "Even if you do something wrong... A servant stepped forward to help Lennia take off her coat. Lennia felt intrigued, even murder. The red-haired servant stepped back. Boryoti, with his hands on his hips, clicked his tongue. "TSK, that action is a bit much. But don't worry. Just do as you did with the guests from the orphanage." Lennia, excited and happy, replied, "That's right. It's better to be born into a powerful family." Boryoti put his hands in his pockets and strolled through the greenhouse. "You should be grateful to me." Lennia quickly followed behind. "You know, I'm really grateful that you're so patient with this personality of mine." Lennia opened her big eyes and looked at Boryoti. "Anyway, before the lesson starts, I'm a little curious about what kind of people they are." Boryoti was silent for a moment, then said, "Andy is an incredibly talented person. He's one of the professors at the Royal Academy. It must be said that the Royal Academy is a gathering place for geniuses in the Empire, and only geniuses can be there because of the outstanding talents here. The Academy has been highly decorated and is the 3rd most powerful institution in the Empire." Boryoti recalled the Academy from that year. Most people with high status graduated from the Academy, an excellent educational environment in the capital. Boryoti was among the graduates from the Academy. Lennia admired him, thinking to herself, "I can't imagine what a stressful past one must have gone through to become a professor there." Lennia curiously asked, "Is there anyone else as amazing as that in this north, Mr.?" Boryoti looked straight ahead. ... But then he glanced at Lennia without saying a word. Lennia skipped along, waving her arms. "What about Countess Tedros?" Boryoti smiled gently. Boryoti knelt on one knee and stroked Lennia's head. Boryoti took out a piece of candy and gave it to the little girl. Lennia, happy and excited, held out both hands to receive it. Boryoti said calmly, "She is the woman who once pursued me." Lennia was petrified. In front of everyone, Lennia screamed, "Mister, why would you hire that woman to teach me?" Lennia imagined a relationship chart between the 3 of them. Lennia, flustered, No, this lady is too weird." what is this mess? Boryoti explained. No one in this north can compare to her noble aura. She is also very famous in capitalist circles and social circles. I say that because I want you to know I am not stupid or arrogant. Lennia asked, puzzled, what is capitalism? Boryoti stood up and replied, it is a place with as many dirty tricks as there are wealthy nobles. On the outside, it may seem like a gathering of beautiful noble ladies. But in reality, it's a silent war in the shadows, where the flames of greed and meticulous calculations are played out to gain an advantage. If the academy is the third center of power in the empire, then the capitalist society is the second. Boryoti turned his head to look at Lennia. One day, you will also have to participate in it. This is truly an unavoidable thing when you are a member of the Boryoti family. Boryoti said with a heavy heart, to be honest, I don't want to let you go there. He looked at Lennia, so innocent and pure. Lennia pressed her lips together tightly. Lennia shook her head gently. Lennia kept shaking her head. HMPH ... Boryoti, not understanding, thought she wanted to be held, and reached out his arms. Lennia, with a serious face, reached out her hand ... Perhaps Boryoti understood something. He took out a candy and offered it. Lennia angrily yelled, not that. Lennia took Boryoti's index finger. He was pulled along. Lennia turned her face away. Take my hand. Boryoti froze. Seeing this, Lennia asked, you don't want to? She looked at him playfully. Boryoti replied, that's not it. He said nothing more. He looked at the little girl and thought to himself, slow poke. Lennia finished, that lady is very suspicious. But ... Her eyes looked straight ahead as she walked and said, I will study hard, so you have to come home quickly. Boryoti glanced over without speaking. He gently held her small hand, asking himself, is that so? Sunlight streamed into the greenhouse, where flowers bloomed together. Boryoti announced, let's go to the orphanage after I return from the hunt. Lennia agreed, all right. Boryoti instructed, while I'm gone, don't cry if you miss me. Lennia's face fell as she looked down. I won't cry. Boryoti smiled at her. Lennia asked, so, do you think you will miss me? Boryoti replied, oh, a little, she complained. Can't you be honest? Boryoti replied, you're the same. It was nearly dawn, the snow was falling thick and fast, and the knights were preparing to depart. On the day of the beast hunt, Boryoti, breathing out a puff of steam, was putting on his protective gear. Lennia yawned, tears welling in her eyes. Boryoti saw Lennia come before him and reminded her, why aren't you in bed? You're yawning your head off. Boryoti picked Lennia up. The little girl shivered. Ooh, it's so cold. Lennia said, rubbing her eyes, you're about to leave. Boryoti still didn't forget to tell Lennia, go inside and sleep. Don't force yourself to stay awake. Lennia looked at the servant and said, put me down. Boryoti put Lennia down. The little girl pointed at the servant, I have something to give you. Boryoti followed Lennia's pointed finger. The servant handed Boryoti a basket of cakes. He picked up a cake from the basket and asked, when did you bake these? Lennia, with her eyes closed, replied, a secret, at night. The little girl blinked and said, well, I am your daughter. Actually, Lennia had asked Rupert, did he like the cookies I gave him? Rupert smiled and said, of course. He didn't even give me a single one and ate them all. Lennia held her cheeks, happy. He must have really liked them. Lennia, half asleep, said, I made a little extra for you. Among the cookies I made, 2 of them have a black lion design, just like us. Lennia was held by the servant. The little girl didn't forget to say, have a safe trip. I'll make even more delicious things for you when ... Boryoti looked at the bag of cakes and silently praised them. Delicious. He stroked Lennia's head, thinking to himself, nothing in this world can compare to these cakes. Even if there were, I would destroy them. He stroked Lennia's hair and then switched. You are the master of this Boreotti house while I am away. Rupert and housekeeper Kara looked towards Boreotti and Lennia. He instructed the servant to take good care of the child. Rupert and housekeeper Kara bowed respectfully. Boreotti softly called, Lennia, Lennia. Lennia only replied, HMPH, he said. Study hard. Lennia replied, all right. Remember to sleep early, eat a lot, Lennia replied while sleeping. Seeing her dozing off like that, Boreotti said, I'll be training my own muscles too. Now, you dare not to answer me. Boreotti seemed to be thinking about something. He called out to Gabin, ... Be absolutely loyal to the little girl. Gabin affirmed with certainty, I will definitely protect the young lady well. Boreotti turned to look at the sleeping Lennia and thought to himself, this child always keeps me busy. I really don't want to leave at all. Finally, he had to turn and get into the carriage to depart. Lennia woke up when the sun was high in the sky. I had to wake up so early to see the mister and the nights off. By the time I woke up again, the sun was already high overhead. Woke up and changed clothes. Went to eat lunch. Lennia skipped along, turning her head back to ask Gabin, is Sister Malays also participating in the hunt? Gabin, behind her, replied respectfully, yes. In the meantime, I will be in charge of protecting you until the Duke returns. Lennia asked, when will they be back? Gabin calculated, this year it might take a while. Because the Duke was in the capital for 3 years, we've had to deal with the monsters with just the Glass-Steagall Knights. Although we tried to limit their numbers as much as possible, it's nothing compared to when the Duke is here. Moreover, the number of monsters has been increasing exponentially since the last mating season. Gabin was startled, as if realizing he had said something he shouldn't have. Lennia asked again, mating? Gabin quickly covered his tracks. It's not because of that, it's love. Because the monsters love each other so much, their numbers just keep increasing. Lennia said excitedly, love is so wonderful. Gabin followed up, yes, it is. Love is truly wonderful. The little girl clasped her hands happily and said, but what happens after that? Gabin felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He let out a breath as if he had died and come back to life. Suddenly, Lennia spotted 2 people up ahead. It was Andy. Andy was following a servant. Lennia watched until they were out of sight. The little girl ran to the door of the room Andy had entered. The little girl stood outside the door, peeking in. Lennia and Gabin were peeking from outside the door. Doesn't the teacher know? Gabin replied, the mansion in the north is so large that it's fully equipped even on the 3rd floor. So there's no problem at all. Lennia asked, puzzled. The teacher has lived in the north before. Suddenly a voice spoke up, I am a northerner. Andy smiled and called, my lady. Andy brought the final ... book towards Lennia. Now, let's begin our first lesson. The room was well lit. Serena Tadros smiled and said, so, let's start with the greeting etiquette. Serena Tadros reminded Lennia beforehand, it might be a little difficult at first, but I will do my best to teach you. Feel free to ask if you are unsure about anything. Lennia replied, all right. First, the greeting. Lennia held both sides of her skirt and performed a curtsy. Serena Tadros smiled, clapped her hands, and praised, very good. I didn't know you could learn so quickly. Lennia accepted the praise frankly. It was nothing. Serena Tadros seemed to imply, the way you speak is surprisingly frank. I was worried. Oh dear, what did I just say? I sincerely apologize. My lady? Serena Tadros let out a soft sigh. My lady, you are truly so much like the Duke. That is why you look more mature and beautiful. Also, because of that, I will have to teach you well to perfect your remaining shortcomings. It certainly won't be easy because of your old habits, but teaching you is something truly worthwhile. Seeing Lennia smile, 2 dangerous thoughts emerged. Perhaps because this is a fantasy world, but there are many new ways to torment her, the Countess thought. Lennia, holding a fork with a piece of jelly on it, said, "Teacher." She sat eating jelly with Andy. As she put the jelly in her mouth, she asked, "What kind of person is Countess Tedros?" Andy was still eating, lost in thought. "The Countess." Lennia turned to look at Andy, waiting for his answer. "That Mr. found tutors for me, however, ... One was a proficiency test." Andy said to Lennia, "My lady, I heard you already know how to read. Could you try reading this book by yourself? Feel free to come to me if you don't understand something." Or was it a debate? Serena Tedros said to Lennia, "There are many things you need to learn. I think being your instructor is truly worthwhile." The little girl smiled on the outside, but thought to herself, what the heck was that Duke thinking, leaving his daughter with these people? How ridiculous. Lennia handed the book to Andy. If there was any consolation, it was that Andy always fulfilled his role as a teacher. At first, he answered all the questions I had in the book. He even meticulously explained each concept until I felt I understood the problems I was stuck on. But one day, his attitude began to change little by little. He started talking about issues I had never encountered before. He asked for my thoughts on the quality of education in order to identify and improve it. Sometimes we talk about other things while having snacks, just like today. I remember it clearly. Andy said to Lennia, "Although the name I remember is Karen Melioka." He mused. "But to the people of the capital, Countess Melioka comes from a very famous family, because her origins are in the middle class, unlike others who inherited their status, so she doesn't have much influence in the north." The scenery outside the magnificent palace. The nobility I'm talking about are members of families like the Boriotti, who have always protected the north, going back in history. Most of the nobility have their roots in the Boriotti family, and some of them even possess the beast claw. Lennia sat pondering Andy's words. Could what he's saying be about people like Regina? Serena stood in the middle of a crowd, surrounded by people. And some others, like Miss Melioka, have high social status. She's also a very sharp-tongued person. She enjoys playing with others through her words. An image of a snake behind Serena Tedros. The words she speaks always have two meanings, both insult and criticism. Within her praise and concern, emotional wounds are not easily healed. Lennia glanced at the remaining piece of jelly on Andy's plate. He glanced down and saw Lennia's action. He suddenly asked, startling Lennia, "Did she do that to you too?" The little girl rested her hands on her face and thought, HMPH. It's been 3 times now. Lennia remembered throughout the first week of lessons, Serena Tedros said, "My lady, you are as beautiful and talented as the Duke. And all of that gives me even more reason to correct your mistakes." She was always subtly implying that I was an illegitimate child. During the second week of study, Serena Tedros said again, "You need to put in more effort if you want to repay the immense compassion the Duke has bestowed upon you." Lennia thought to herself. She kept staring at me from head to toe while I pretended not to notice her. She was insinuating that it was a great stroke of luck for me to be adopted by the Duke. In the third week of study, Serena Tedros said sarcastically, "Old habits die hard, don't they?" Lennia again said to herself, "Since the last time I saw her, she has been looking down on me and despising my origins, even though I've tried so hard." The little girl smiled angrily and said, "He even said she was a suitable person. What on earth is that Duke thinking?" Lennia smiled and said to Andy, although I didn't crumble at her sarcasm. Andy, hearing this, laughed. "Ha ha." Lennia, angered, slammed her fork down. "But if that Miss Tedros wants to court death... Andy was startled and looked at his plate. Lennia, with a dangerous expression, should I not listen to her? She lifted the jelly to her mouth and said, "I will tell the Duke everything once he returns." And he thought to himself, even at this age, she is truly a little dark monster of the north. Her cruelty and ruthlessness are very much like Filio. The child is a hibernating monster, waiting for the right moment to extend its claws. Now the house of Count Tadros is in danger. My jelly. Night fell. In Lennia's room, Kani asked, Han, is the bed comfortable for you? Lennia replied, yes. Connie tucked the blanket around Lennia and said, please use the bell if you need anything. Lennia, lying in bed, waved her hand and said, it's all right. Kani, good night. Kani, holding a lamp, stepped out the door. You too, my lady. Lennia's eyes darted around every corner of the room. Suddenly, Lennia sat up. She took out a glass jar full of candies and poured them out. She began to count. 1, 2, 3, 69, 70. After counting all the candies he had given me for being good, the number of candies I had before I came to the mansion was even greater than now. Lennia picked up a wrapped candy. I guess you'll be late. One day, I woke up and found myself a weak, orphan child. Luckily, I met the main character of a novel and was adopted by him as his daughter. And was treated so well, like a noble lady. Lennia gathered the candies and put them back in the jar. Everything feels like a dream. Lennia remembered the image of Boreotti. I hope you come back soon. Her face showed a sad expression, then she quickly lay back down on the bed. Lennia's eyes fluttered open as she said, come to think of it. The palace at night, covered in white snow. There's an etiquette lesson tomorrow. A dark shadow enveloped the space, the moonlight illuminating the entire mountain range. In the freezing weather, snowflakes gently danced over the mountains. In the forest, there was a sound from the bushes, followed by the sound of footsteps. Ahead was a red monster, its body covered in thorny plates. Growling, Boreotti quietly followed, watching it. As if sensing it was being watched, the monster turned its head, bared its fangs, drool dripping from its lower jaw, its eyes filled with ferocity. Boreotti looked at it and sighed. The monster turned its whole body towards Boreotti, its eyes turning yellow, then it roared. Boreotti's eyes stared intently at the monster. The ground shook with the sound of its thunderous steps as the monster approached Boreotti. Boreotti took a running start towards the monster. The monster looked at Boreotti and roared fiercely, its sharp fangs revealed with great ferocity. Boreotti looked at the monster without a shred of fear, his expression cold. Boreotti leapt, soaring high into the air with his sharp sword raised. He coldly stabbed straight into the monster. Blood splattered everywhere. Boreotti pulled his sword out of the monster's body. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Boreotti wiped the tip of his sword on the ground, blood from the tip smearing the sand. The monster fell to the ground with a thud, blood pooling around its body. Boreotti looked at the monster coldly and asked, Karis, where are its young? Karis, standing behind Boreotti, said, there's no sign of them following us. In the quiet space, a sound echoed from the mountains and forests. The nights have cleared this mountain for the past 3 years without me, so isn't this rather strange? Even this breeding season is quite unusual. The Labifera monster is a species that always stays in its cave to guard its young throughout the breeding season. Moreover, they usually hide until the next spring, and their prey is typically small animals and mice. This aggressive behavior of theirs is strange. Boreotti looked at the Bifura and felt that those monsters seemed more ferocious than he remembered, and he had no idea where to find their young. Boreotti crossed his arms and silently looked at the Bifura. Boreotti said, first, let's just get off this mountain. The knights were silently watching Boreotti. Then they became happy, cheerful, and relaxed. We can rest now. Levi Fetz was standing in the group of knights when Boreotti called, Levi Fetz. Levi Fetz approached Boreotti. Your Grace. Boreotti asked her, do you know a place that sells snacks for children? Levi Fetz smiled and looked at Boryoti. Levi Fetz happily introduced. I don't know if the young lady will like it, but there is a bakery that my younger brother always loves to go to. Boryoti looked at Levi Fetz coldly and said, I know. What's the name of the bakery the boy goes to? Levi Fetz said, it's called Sweet Clouds. The round buns are like fluffy cotton balls, bouncy, and wrapped in a cute paper box. At the Count's palace, the lights were still on. Applause echoed around. Lennia, with a book on her head and her hands in front, walked gently forward. She approached Serena Tadros. Serena Tadros bowed low, smiled, and praised. Excellent. Serena Tadros said happily, well then, we will end today's lesson here. Lennia bowed to her teacher. Serena Tadros stood, covering her mouth with her hand as she smiled. Her eyes narrowed with contempt for Lennia. Lennia smiled, thinking to herself, this lady is starting again. I knew this lady was always staring at me like that since I bowed down. But that will end after today, and I will tell the Duke everything once he returns. Lost in thought, Serena Tadros bent down and grabbed Lennia's shoulder, startling her. Serena Tadros said, you should remember what I have repeatedly told you. Lennia looked at Serena Tadros helplessly. Serena Tadros smiled. Any mistake you make can negatively affect the Duke. Lennia smiled at Serena Tadros. Can't she go a day without saying things like that? If I tell the Duke about her ... It's not certain she be punished. I am the daughter of the Black Lion, Filio Boryoti, and he cares for me very much. Lennia felt a pang in her heart as she thought, even if I'm only ... adopted. Andy once said, emotional wounds are not easily healed. Lennia bowed her head and wondered, am I in pain? Facing Serena Tadros, Lennia bowed her head to the ground. Serena Tadros said, my lady, you are learning very well. Lennia said, thank you, Countess. Serena Tadros said, that is why you should think more carefully about your own position. Lennia fell silent, then said, my own position. Serena Tadros touched her own chest and nodded, precisely. Then she smiled and said, you must always be grateful to the Duke, who has given you the luxurious life you now have. The Duke is the only reason you are able to ... enjoy all of these things. Serena Tadros smiled, her eyes crinkling. That is also why I'm able to meet you, my lady. The atmosphere became even more suffocating as Serena Tadros said, therefore, you must try even harder not to become a nuisance to the Duke. Lennia placed her small hands on her chest and said, Countess Tadros, I am always grateful for your words. I also always listen to everything you say. Serena Tadros smiled. Thank you, my lady, for understanding me so well. Lennia looked straight at Serena Tadros, therefore ... Don't you dare mess with me again? The beautiful and resplendent Serena Tadros, draped in a fur coat, looked at Lennia. Serena Tadros knew from the first moment she saw it. The beautiful and cute Lennia was wearing a white winter cloak. Serena Tadros glanced over. How disgusting. Beauty is power. The radiant beauty of Serena Tadros made many young men look up, marveling at her. I am more beautiful than anyone else and know how to use what I have. Serena Tadros's eyes followed Boryoti, confident she could make everything she wanted her own, including him. Boryoti stood alone in a corner, leaning against a pillar with an aloof expression. Serena Tadros slowly approached Boryoti, the shining man she craved. Serena Tadros smiled and greeted Boryoti, her words a clear approach. Boryoti glanced at Serena Tadros with a dark, cold expression. Serena Tadros bowed and met Boryoti's cold red eyes, but turning back. Was a cold and aloof rejection. Boryoti turned and walked away. Serena Tadros's eyes were still fixed on Boryoti in astonishment. Serena Tadros understood his coldness towards her, and that there was no chance to advance. After that, she chose and married a nobleman with the best conditions among her suitors. It was a series of satisfying days. While talking with a friend, this friend gave Serena Tadros a piece of information. Serena Tadros, surprised, an illegitimate child. A red wine glass and bottle fell and shattered, the red liquid forming a pool like blood. How could this be? Serena Tadros recalled Boreoti's cold gaze. In this capital, Pelio is famous for his strict self-management. There are rumors he even makes women sign a commitment before going to bed to prevent them from using a child as a threat. Serena Tadros was suspicious, wondering, whose illegitimate child is it? Serena Tadros sat on the chair, covering her face and crying. Then Serena Tadros looked up, her expression dark. I must go there myself to see with my own eyes. Her heart boiled as if on fire. If this feeling is jealousy, then it is jealousy. The child, Lennia, bowed respectfully, the one who gave birth to the child ... Double quotes ... BL. I must have embraced that woman. Little Lennia's hand took Boreoti's. Boreoti bent down and pushed Lennia forward. He looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze, full of jealousy, and the child completely received his affection, something I've never seen even once. Even when the child bowed, I felt very comfortable. In the future, continue to bow to me like that. Serena Tadros bent down low, her expression dark. So, you must know your place, if I can control this ... Lennia said, therefore, don't come here anymore. Serena Tadros slowly stood up, brushing her hair aside. Yes, of course. Serena Tadros silently looked at Lennia. Lennia smiled and said, an arrogant person who doesn't know their place is not needed by Duke Boreoti. Lennia gently turned to leave. I will not see you off, my lady. Serena Tadros remained silent, standing straight as she knelt there. Lennia went inside and said, I've already told the servant, so it's fine for you to leave on your own. Serena Tadros stood frozen, stunned. Lennia had gone inside, the door slamming shut with a loud bang. Serena Tadros remained kneeling there, facing the door. Suddenly, Serena Tadros's eyes flashed. She quickly stood up and ran forward. Wait, wait. At that moment, Gabin had carried Lennia down the stairs, followed by a servant holding a cloak to drape over Lennia. Serena Tadros stopped at the top of the stairs and looked around. Then she held onto the railing and walked down. Gabin also placed Lennia on the ground. Serena Tadros approached the three of them with an awkward smile. Gabin placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his side. Lady Tadros, that's far enough. The maid beside him motioned for the guest to leave. Serena Tadros smiled awkwardly. Then she smiled cheerfully and said, It's nothing. It seems the young lady has misunderstood something, Lennia said. A misunderstanding? Lennia stood behind the maid, staring intently at Serena Tadros. Serena Tadros explained, terrified. Anyway, I had no ill intentions at all, Lennia said. No ill intentions. Golden particles of light gradually emanated from Lennia's body. Serena Tadros quickly said, It seems I have hurt the young lady's heart. Lennia bowed her head, her hair falling over her eyes. Hurt my heart. Serena Tadros stepped back. No, that ... Lennia was silent. Lennia looked up and stared straight at Serena Tadros, her eyes turning yellow. Her entire body was enveloped in a glowing yellow energy. Gabin, standing to the side with his hands still on his sword, widened his eyes in astonishment. It's truly the beast fang. ... It just exploded like that. Gabin shouted loudly, Carney, get in front now. Before he could finish his sentence, Carney had already collapsed to the ground right next to Lennia. Carney clutched her chest, stunned, sweat pouring down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Serena Tadros was terrified when she saw Carney having to support herself on the ground. Lennia's entire body was a source of radiating power. Serena Tadros, terrified, knelt on the ground. Lennia approached Serena Tadros. I told you before, didn't I? Serena Tadros lowered her face and hugged her trembling body, tears streaming down, soaking her beautiful face. Lennia looked at Serena Tadros and said, I will etch your words into my heart. Gabin squatted down and looked at Lennia. Lennia said to Serena Tadros, didn't I tell you? I will always remember your words. Behind Lennia, Gabin was kneeling on one knee, and the two maids were also kneeling with their hands on the ground. Gabin gritted his teeth and frowned. This is a mistake. Gabin smiled and glanced at the door. Kani looked at the door, her hand resting indifferently on her lips. Kani cheerfully called, My lady? Gabin smiled and asked, Have you finished your lesson? Lennia was silent, her face dark and gloomy. The two of them froze, stunned when they saw Lennia. Lennia pressed herself against the door, her body radiating a brilliant yellow energy. If Countess Tedros ... will reflect on herself. Lennia, with an angry face, looked at the two of them. Gabin was embarrassed. What happened inside? If she continues to be this angry, I need to calm her down. Gabin approached Lennia and sat down at her level. I understand. Shall I take you for a walk? Lennia refused. I want to walk by myself. Hearing this, Kani immediately turned and ran, saying, Well then, I'll go get your coat. Gabin picked up Lennia and asked, Are you feeling upset? Lennia gently relaxed her body, calming down. Looking at Lennia, Gabin smiled. She's calm now. At that moment, Kani had also brought the coat. Lennia's angry eyes, her monster's claw activated by the sudden provocation, was suppressed as her emotions calmed. Serena Tadros chased after them to the stairs. If we could have just taken a short walk, everything might have ended there. Serena Tadros, her face streaked with tears, knelt down before Lennia. Lennia pointed at Serena Tadros and said, From the very first day, you told me ... Double quotes ... how lowly I was, because I am an illegitimate child. On the second day, you told me I should value my luck for being saved. And then you told me that my background wouldn't disappear no matter how hard I tried. The memories gradually emerged, burning in the flames. Lennia placed her hand on Serena Tadros's chin and said angrily, You really... Double quotes ... thought you could hide your filthy thoughts so well behind those flowery words. Lennia lifted Serena Tadros's test-streak face to look at her. The fangs, sparkling sharp like diamonds, jutted out all around. Lennia said, And what did you say to me today, Serena Tadros, terrified? Lennia said, Go on. Serena Tadros, terrified and trembling, her hands and feet bleeding from the sharp fangs surrounding her, stammered, that is ... today ... Lennia said, That was ... a misunderstanding. Didn't you tell me I should know my place? And not to cause any more trouble for the Duke? What did you mean by that? Unlike before, this time you didn't even hide your intentions well. So, according to you, what is my position in this house? Just a lowly illegitimate child, a motherless orphan, in the cold, icy room. The bloody wound on Serena Tadros's arm stained a corner of her dress. She looked at Lennia with terrified eyes. Surrounding Serena Tadros were the sharp fangs created by Lennia. Around them, the servants and Gabin kept their eyes on Lennia. Gabin was worried. We're in trouble. She's unleashing her monster's claws. Lennia still stood opposite Serena Tadros, holding Serena Tadros's face, then lifting her chin, still consumed by anger. Looking at the young lady's condition, this is even more serious. She is very strong but doesn't know how to control it, Gabin's thoughts. Serena Tadros's face was pale with fear, her injured hands supporting her on the ground. Around the room, several small clusters of fangs also sprouted up around the maids. Gabin gritted his teeth and tried to struggle to his feet, but failed. Angrily, Damn it! I can't move. I need to stop her. Gabin, unable to move, looked at Lennia. If I don't, she will ... Gabin suddenly thought of the only person who could restrain her, and silently prayed. If only the Duke were here. Gabin gritted his teeth and struggled, wanting to rush forward and stop the young lady, but it was useless. Through the ajar door, light shone straight into the room. Boreoti's voice echoed from outside the door. What chaos! Gabin's eyes lit up as if his wish, his glimmer of hope, had appeared. Boreoti was holding a box of bread from the shop Levi Feds had recommended. Boreoti stood at the door and said, "They said the little girl was throwing a tantrum, and this is ... I think my daughter needs to learn some etiquette." Snow covered the palace roof. The warm sunbeams had melted some of the ice. The Night Order's eyes lit up when they saw the palace. Joyfully, finally, we're back. The entire troop cheered with joy. A knight excitedly said, "Ah, I want to take a bath so badly." Boreoti turned back to look at the cheering Night Order. Wine, meat, wine ... double quotes, some wished. I want to see my children soon. Boreoti imagined they looked like a troop of monkeys, cheering after getting a banana. Knight Mano Cerise looked at the box of cakes in Boreoti's hand and asked, "Why didn't you have a subordinate buy it?" "I didn't expect you to go buy it yourself." Boreoti held up the cake box and looked at it, remembering when Lennia had told him to buy her something delicious when he returned. Before she could finish, she had fallen asleep. He then said, "The child asked me to buy it." He lowered the box of cakes. "Then I have to buy it." At the bakery, the owner was happily selling cakes to a customer. Then the shop door opened. Both the owner and the female customer turned to look at the door. Boreoti, radiating a murderous aura, walked to the cake counter. Facing the owner, he said, coldly and terrifyingly, "Cream puffs, soft, to go." The shop owner's face darkened with fear, breaking out in a sweat. "Why, yes." Thinking about that scene, Mano Cerise thought, "That owner will lose sleep tonight." Then he smiled and said, "The young lady will surely be very happy." Boreoti smiled and sighed as he walked forward. "It's a relief the child isn't complaining." Monoceros smiled and said, "Who knows? The young lady might be waiting at the door." Boreoti said, "At this time, the child is still asleep." Boreoti walked to the gate. He froze. The entire Night Order behind him was also stunned by the sight. The palace was surrounded by sharp fangs jutting out from the ground, and the sky had also turned dark and gloomy. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, the beast Fang. Boreoti frowned and dashed into the palace courtyard. "Everyone, stand back." Monoceros ran after him and said, "Master, we will also ... Boreoti ran quickly towards the palace without looking back. Boreoti said, "Annoying." As he ran, Boreoti imagined a statue's face. Full of anger, Lennia thought, "This untrained little beast." She just couldn't control her temper and let out a little of her fang. For a child like this to be able to awaken her fangs to the point of covering the entire mansion, there could only be one reason, a predictable one: loss of control. In the mansion at that moment, the servants were trembling, unable to move, and collapsed next to each other, surrounded by the fangs. Serena Tadro said, "Your Grace." Gabin turned his head back to look at Boreoti. Lennia still stood silently, her body still full of energy. Boreoti stood at the door and said, "What a mess. I told you not to cause trouble, and you're really causing trouble, aren't you?" Boreoti approached and reached his hand out towards his daughter, Lennia. Then little Lennia let out a sound. Boreoti dusted Lennia off. Lennia then immediately calmed down, her face bright red, panting, with beads of sweat on her chubby cheeks. Exhausted, Lennia buried her head in her father's shoulder. Boreoti looked at Lennia and said, "Anyway, ... I will clean up this mess." After that, Boreoti immediately swiped his hand through the fangs surrounding Serena Tadros that Lennia had created, then up to the next floor. Everywhere was restored to its original state. After escaping his bonds, Gabon let out a deep breath. The maid, Kani, after being freed, was panting from exhaustion. Boriotti asked the guard, "Gabon, what happened?" Gabon, terrified, "My apologies for not being able to protect the young lady." Boriotti, carrying Lennia, stood before Serena Tadros. Gabon remained kneeling behind Boriotti. Gabon said, "I cannot presume to know the young lady's thoughts, but I am certain that Lady Tadros insulted her. It seems the lady uttered words that were beyond the young lady's endurance." Boriotti looked down at Serena Tadros with a cold gaze. Serena Tadros was still filled with fear, to streams of tears still flowing down her face. The clock ticked, tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand made a full circle, and it was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The scene was still silent and terrifying. Gabon knelt beside her, afraid. He glanced at Boriotti. Gabon looked at Boriotti's back with an uneasy heart. "It's better to just ... Lennia, breathing heavily, lay in her father's arms with her eyes closed. "Ah," Boriotti said, "how strange." Then he handed the box of cakes in his hand to Gabon. Gabon took the box of cakes, full of curiosity. Then Boriotti started walking towards the stairs, while I was away from the north ... Boriotti walked past the slumped figure of Serena Tadros, covered in wounds, the blood staining her dress. Boriotti walked up the stairs step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the quiet space, filled with a terrifying dread. Suddenly, Boriotti stopped. "Have you all decided to change your future dreams to suicide?" Then a sharp red spike shot out and pierced Serena Tadros' body. Serena Tadros cried out in pain, her body arching backwards. Then Serena Tadros collapsed onto the floor. Boriotti glanced back with a cold look. "Then I must grant their wish." "They begged me for it." Boriotti continued up the stairs. In the evening, darkness had enveloped the mansion. The lights in the rooms of the mansion were lit. The hallways were dimly lit by the moon. In the room, Lennia opened her eyes and woke up. Lennia propped herself up. Lennia felt her heart pound with a thump, startling her. Lennia's glossy black hair fluttered gently in the wind. Then Lennia leaned back, her head hitting Boriotti's hand. Lennia's eyes fluttered open. Boriotti put his hand under the little girl's head to support it. He frowned slightly. Boriotti said, "You still have a fever, so you should rest." Lennia turned her head to look at Boriotti sitting beside the bed. Lennia widened her eyes and looked at Boriotti. Boriotti silently looked at Lennia. Lennia reached out a small hand and called, "Mr. ... "Oh, when did you get back?" Boriotti reached out and took Lennia's hand. "2 days ago." "You were unconscious the whole time," Boriotti said, leaning closer. Lennia grabbed his leg with her other hand and said, "Because of the fangs." Remembering the memories of the fangs, her own dazed expression. Her father's astonished look, what she did to Serena Tadros, and her lack of control towards the servants. Lennia clutched the blanket with both hands, pulling it up to cover her mouth, admitting her mistake. "I know I was wrong." Boriotti tilted his head. "Why are you suddenly being so polite?" Lennia felt it was her fault. "But I really did something wrong," Boriotti said gently. "What did you do wrong?" Lennia said, "I caused an incident." Boriotti stroked Lennia's hair and looked at his daughter gently. "What incident?" "The fact that I used my fangs." Boriotti pulled the blanket up for Lennia. Lennia bowed her head. "Yes." Boriotti thought, "This situation is quite serious." "It's even worse than the first time she got sick on the high-speed train." Then he asked, "Did you use it on purpose?" Boriotti noticed. At that time, at least she wasn't as quiet as she is now. Boriotti stroked Lennia's head. Lennia looked up at her father. "No, it wasn't like that." Double quotes ... "It was because I was so angry." Lennia's eyes welled up with tears, and she pouted. Then she turned and buried her face in the pillow. "And you told me to find out who I am." Lennia buried her face and sobbed. My identity ... Who am I? Really? I don't even know. Lennia, disheveled, lying on a white pillow, woke up stunned. One day, I suddenly woke up and found myself a different person. From a beautiful, mature woman to a child, and a frail one at that. She remembered her family members gathered together, happy, and her parents who loved her dearly. The towering skyscrapers were places I frequented so often it became boring. Phone, iPad, handbag, things I thought I always had to carry with me, were all gone. Lennia trembled and sobbed, looking at her small hands. In that moment, I cried because of this sudden change. The judgmental stares directed at Lennia, in the face of violence and unfair treatment, made it very difficult for me to survive. Even the way home was unclear. I had to grit my teeth and resolve to live well. That I would definitely live and repay what I had suffered. It seemed everything was a dark colour, tinged with injustice. Then, with determination, Lennia gritted her teeth, endured, and resolved that she must live. Lifting her tear-soaked face from the pillow, Lennia turned to look at Boreotti. Mr. Who ... am I? An orphan with amnesia? Or am I a lucky adopted child? Or the daughter of a foolish woman who ran away for love? Boreotti looked at Lennia, her face streaming with tears, asking questions that stunned Boreotti, leaving him speechless. The affirmation echoed in the space. I am not like that. She remembered meeting the main character of the novel like a miracle, and being given the name, Lennia, like a gift. Lennia looked at Boreotti with great innocence. Lennia, wearing a beautiful dress, her hair neatly tied with a cute bow, was cared for and loved by the butler and servants in the mansion. I was treated with such warmth that I can't put it into words. That kindness soothed this dry heart. In response to that love was a warm smile, full of happiness. Lennia sobbed, afraid those memories would become just that, memories. But she couldn't shake the worrying that nothing was truly hers. A fragment of memory, what Serena Tadros had once said to her, you should know your place, because that sentence had unintentionally dug up things I didn't dare to face. In the novel, according to the original story, Paley Boreotti does not have an adopted daughter, and in the original story, Lennia Boreotti does not exist at all. If you ask yourself, for a stranger like me, what reason did I have to fall into this place before the original was even written? A sound echoed in my thoughts, overwhelming me. There is no place for you here. Lennia sobbed. Lennia buried her face in the pillow again, crying until her heart ached. Boreotti, sitting on the chair beside the bed, gently rubbed Lennia's back. The crying gradually subsided. Boreotti looked at Lennia and called, Lennia. Boreotti reached out and touched the small hand clutching the pillow tightly. Lennia, Leo. Tears still streamed down both sides of her cheeks. Lennia lifted her head to look at her father, tears still falling onto the pillow. Boreotti smiled at Lennia. Lennia sat up angrily. Oh. Angrily, she used her small hand to hit Boreotti's hand. What? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me? Boreotti turned his face away and sighed. I wasn't laughing. Boreotti wasn't laughing. Boreotti shouted angrily, you were laughing. You were laughing at me like I'm an idiot. Boreotti sighed, so you know you're an idiot. Boreotti took Lennia's small hands. Lennia silently looked at Boreotti's hand. Boreotti pulled little Lennia towards him. Worrying like that? You look really foolish, you foolish daughter. Boreotti used his hand to wipe away Lennia's tears. Lennia pointed at his muscles. Enjoying the view? Boreotti sighed. You're amazing. To still be saying that at a time like this. Lennia, lying in her father's arms, said, it's real muscle. How would I know? Boreotti, concerned. So you're feeling less tired now. Boreotti comforted Lennia. Helping Lennia fall into a deep sleep. Boreotti bent down to look at Lennia. He also closed his eyes to rest. Early the next morning, in the mansion's hallway, light streamed through the glass panes, casting beautiful colours inside, no longer the grey of yesterday. In the small servants' room, a short-haired, grey-haired maid sat at the end of the bed, watching Kani stare blankly out the window. Hearing a noise, Kani turned towards the door to look. Kani was surprised. "Oh my lady, Lennia, you came all the way here." Lennia entered the room. The two women quickly got up from the forest to bow. Kani asked, "My lady, what brings you here?" Lennia, flustered, quickly stopped them. No, please lie down. Don't get up." Her hands hidden behind her back, Lennia said, "You don't need to get up. I just came to see if you're okay." Lennia hesitated, thinking for a moment. Then she held out two small packets of candy. "I'm sorry, does it hurt a lot? Are you okay?" Kani and the short, grey-haired servant were surprised. Kani explained, "We're fine," the grey-haired servant said. "We were more worried about you. My lady, are you hurt anywhere?" Lennia shook her head. I'm fine." Kani, sitting in her blanket. "The master will surely give that woman a piece of his mind," the grey-haired servant said. "Besides, it's better for us to rest well for a while." Kani's cheeks were slightly flushed. But ... is Night Gabbin okay? The pink-haired servant leaned down and whispered into Lennia's ear. "My lady, actually, Kani has feelings for Night Gabbin." Kani's face turned bright red as she shouted, denying it. "No. That's not it. I was just grateful that he helped me that day." Kani was angry. The pink-haired servant was cheerful. Hair. The grey-haired servant turned to look at Kani and smiled. "I see." Lennia smiled with satisfaction. Kani said, "My lady, your expression is exactly like my mother's." The grey-haired servant smiled brightly and revealed, "Actually, we're skipping work right now." The girl also smiled brightly and said, "We stopped heading a few days ago. We are very grateful for your concern, my lady, so you don't need to feel guilty." Lennia fell silent, her eyes wide as she listened. Then she smiled happily and brightly. Leaving Kani's room, she saw Pelika and Ardea walking together in the hallway. Lennia excitedly ran towards them. Pelika turned her head and smiled. "Oh my lady, you shouldn't be running around yet." Pelika bent down low. Lennia ran over with her arms outstretched. Ardea bent down to ask about her health. "Are you feeling all right?" Lennia looked up and said, "Yes, I'm fine." Ardea sighed. "I knew she would cause trouble sooner or later." Pelika looked up at Ardea. Ardea recounted, while in the capital, during a high society gathering, Karen and her cronies bullied a noble lady who was once her student. The little girl cried a lot because of it. Pelika said, as if punching Ardea in the face, "But I never expected that to happen with Boreotti. Why doesn't she value her own life? It's a good thing a smart and talented young lady saw through her true nature early on. That kind of person deserves no pity." Ardea agreed with Pelika, nodding repeatedly, "Just as you said. So, my lady, don't dwell on it anymore." Lennia was silent. Then she let out a sound. Leonia's eyes sparkled as she looked at Pelika. "What did that auntie say?" Lennia shrugged, unconcerned. She started at first. Pelika clasped her hands in front of her, praising joyfully, "Why is our young lady so cold and strong? It's no wonder she's called the Beast of the North." Ardea stood silently beside her like a shadow. "This doesn't seem good for her emotional education." Lennia turned her face away and hesitated. "That's strange ... But what about the mister?" In the study, the people and drinks were arranged. All the drinks were arranged. All the nobles had their heads bowed down to the table. Boreotti picked up a teacup. In the quiet space, Boreotti sat in the middle, with his assistant beside him. Boreotti enjoyed his tea. All the nobles did not dare to look at Boreotti. Boreotti placed the teacup on the table. The black tea Boreotti had just enjoyed was called Lady Grey. Is the first type of tea that those unaccustomed to tea or noble children beginning to learn about tea will drink. Boreotti was dark, cold, and gloomy. He originally didn't even deign to look at it. But he is drinking Lady Grey, as you can see. Rupert stood beside him, thinking to himself, Lady Grey tea is dark, so it's also called black tea. Lennia, wearing a splendid black dress with a beautiful flower clip in her pigtail. The black tea lady is the little dark-skinned girl, the Duke's daughter. What's special is that Lady Grey is a reference to Lennia Boreotti. One day, Duke Boreotti suddenly brought back from the orphanage a child he himself, named Beast, and secretly registered in the family. Lennia was brought to the mansion in dirty clothes. Like the wind, information spread quickly. This interesting story became malicious rumours, with the nobles of the north also contributing. In this rumour, of course, there were also many malicious rumours. Moreover, that in sudden happened, the one between Lennia and Serena Tadros. Rupert felt a chill of fear run down his spine. Boreotti asked, "How long has it been since I left the north?" Rupert turned to look at Boreotti. Boreotti approached and placed the teacup on the table. Rupert said, "About 3 years, to be precise, 3 years and 2 months." Boreotti, with his hands in his pockets, walked around. "If you count by years, it's been 4 years." Boreotti walked around slowly, behind each noble sitting in the room. Boreotti walked over to that person, who was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Boreotti stopped at Lupi's place. Lupi Ricus knelt in fear. Boreotti looked down. "You are dressed very beautifully, Viscount Lupi Ricos." Rupert stood up straight, primly, at his position next to the chair where Boreotti sat. Rupert watched Boreotti slowly walk towards the door. Boreotti turned and glanced at Rupert. Rupert bowed to Boreotti. The door closed. Rupert bowed his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Happy. Finally escaped from hell. I'm alive. A small hand tugged on Rupert's sleeve. Rupert turned to look. It was Lennia tugging at his hand. Lennia said, "Brother Lupi." The image of the pretty and lovely Lennia in the mirror is that of a smart and sharp little girl, a child to be very proud of. The whispers about the little girl, Lennia Boreotti, affirmed, "I have made those who do not know their place suffer punishment." But I misjudged Serena and let her get close to the little one. Serena Tadros and Lennia faced each other. Lennia, full of pride and anger, looked at Serena Tadros. Boreotti put his hands in his pockets, completely calm and aloof. "That makes me no different from those foolish people. The child is not a pet." Boreotti frowned angrily. Boreotti slowly walked into the room. A voice echoed, while the master had to go out ... "I have summarized everything in that short report," Boreotti said. "Indeed, it's worth considering." Boreotti, full of anger, his voice low, glared at the group of nobles. "Do you all want to die?" The group of nobles, terrified, bowed their heads in silence. The space became heavy with a terrifying silence. Boreotti stopped at a corner of the table and bent down low to Count Tadros. Countess Tadros was silent with fear. Boreotti said, "Countess Tadros, what are you thinking right now?" Countess Tadros remained silent, her hands clasped tightly together. Then Boreotti fell silent, looking coldly at Countess Tadros. Countess Tadros trembled and bowed her head, stammering, "Oh, oh." Boreotti asked, "Come to think of it, what do you think of your wife?" Countess Tadros quickly got out of her chair, which was pushed back and fell to the ground. Countess Tadros knelt on the ground. I was wrong. I sincerely apologize." The other nobles, seeing this, all remained silent, bowing their heads in fear, not daring to look. As Gabin said, the Countess seemed to have made some overly harsh remarks towards the young lady. While the doctor was examining Lennia, Rupert came to report, as you requested, we have investigated the rumors related to the young lady. Among the rumors being spread, there are many malicious and unpleasant ones. Not only that, but many northern nobles are also involved. Hearing this, Boryoti was filled with anger. He remembered last night when his daughter buried her face in her pillow, sobbing, and asked questions that stunned Boryoti and broke his heart. He looked at the group of nobles before him. Boryoti was furious. I will definitely kill them all. Boryoti's eyes, filled with hatred, stared intently at Countess Tedros, using his power to choke her. Causing Countess Tedros to gasp in pain, clutching her throat. Boryoti released his power. The group of nobles spread out, trying to catch their breath. Boryoti warned, from now on, my eyes and ears will carefully watch everyone in this Boryoti domain. Countess Tedros, kneeling at Boryoti's feet, begged, Don't. Countess Tedros clutched her throat in pain. Boryoti said, I don't want to hear or see anything related to Serena Melioka. There won't be a second time. His eyes were angry, hateful, and terrifying. The nobles were in pain, struggling but unable to resist. I originally didn't intend to forcibly clean up those rumors like this, because I thought I didn't need to bother dealing with those who were begging me to die. Because now I have to go sit with my daughter by the fireplace to relax. It's gone. Lennia sat obediently on Boryoti's lap. Being fed by her father made Lennia feel incredibly happy. Boryoti approached and knocked on the table. This is my first and last warning. Remember, I will be watching you. In another room, Lennia picked up a teacup and took a sip. Then she looked up with delight. This flavour is good. Rupert smiled and brought a cake to Lennia. I thought you didn't find drinking tea interesting. But it seems you quite like it. This makes me very happy. Lennia, holding the teacup, drank and asked with concern, Mr. Rupert, are you hurt somewhere? Sitting on the chair opposite Lennia, Rupert recounted, while I was working in the study, I suddenly felt a little unusual. My body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and my heart was racing. Lennia listened intently. Rupert bowed his head in embarrassment. The monster's claw is that kind of power. Seeing Mr. Rupert's sad mood, Leonard also became sad. She looked down at her teacup. Back to that moment. Lennia admitted that she had really thought about killing Serena. Meanwhile, in the original novel, the monster's claw is described beautifully because it is the most powerful ability a normal person can possess. It is a power that nothing can defeat, even if you combine the powers of mana and aura. Moreover, that power was used by Filio himself, making it even more divine. In reality, it's not that great. Rupert smiled and said, possessing this kind of power is very scary. Rupert looked at Lennia with a rich smile, full of happiness. If this power were possessed, people would usually become arrogant because it is a special kind of power. The arrogance of noble children. Those are the noble children who rely on their prestigious family backgrounds. As an example, even the nobles who were resented by the people, who were left to die in that hall, were of that kind. Lennia was deep in thought, contemplating the effects of her power. Rupert opened the lid of the teapot and said, My lady, you don't need to think too much about it. Lennia had a cookie in her mouth. I'm not a child, Rupert replied. Yes, you are. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice called from outside, Lennia. Lennia, who was chewing on a cookie, turned her head to look behind Rupert. Rupert followed Lennia's gaze. Lennia was sitting with Rupert when she suddenly heard a voice call, Lennia. She turned her face to look and saw Boryoti approaching. Lennia's face suddenly lit up, and she called out, Pa. Then she ran towards Boryoti but suddenly froze. Rupert and Boryoti followed Lennia with their eyes. She blushed with embarrassment, pouted, and hid her hands behind her back. Boryoti, worried about Lennia, said, If you need to use the restroom, just say so. Holding it in is not good for your health. Lennia, hearing this, her face turned as red as a tomato, and she rebelled, saying loudly, I'm still feeling embarrassed here. Why are you so clueless? Rupert helplessly covered his face, while Boreotti nonchalantly teased, Well, you still scream in front of others and call it embarrassment. My ears are about to go deaf. Lennia explained, for a woman, what you did was too blunt. At times like this, you could say it more delicately, like going to pick flowers or something like that. Boreotti reached out to fix Lennia's clothes and asked, What crime did the flowers commit to be treated like that? Boreotti called for Rupert, who was standing behind him. Rupert, our guests are ready to leave. Rupert bowed his head and replied, I will go and check on them right away. Lennia waved goodbye to Rupert. Bye-bye. Boreotti looked down at Lennia. Boreotti, while holding Lennia in his arms, asked, How is your health? She replied obediently, Everything is fine. What about the fever? Lennia placed her hand on her forehead, her eyes sparkling, and replied, The fever is gone too. Look. Then she took Boreotti's hand and placed it on her forehead. Seeing this, Boreotti suddenly said, So that's why you're laughing so loud now. Lennia fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Boreotti asked, puzzled, What are you laughing at now? She just hummed in response. Lennia thought to herself, But last time was the first time I cried like that in front of you. Lennia thought to herself, It's not easy. On the outside, I'm just a 7-year-old kid, but on the inside, I'm much older. An image appeared explaining, a child's body, an adult soul. Lennia rummaged through her memories and thought to herself, I probably didn't say anything weird, did I? Boreotti suddenly asked, Come to think of it, have you gained weight? Lennia immediately replied, Kara and Pelika said I lost a lot of weight after being sick. Lennia complained a little. To be honest, I want to have more muscles. Boreotti called, Leo. She continued to flex her arm, and a small bulge appeared. Lennia was enthusiastically demonstrating when Boreotti suddenly said, This name, Lennia, is really too long. She looked at Boreotti with sparkling eyes. Boreotti decided, I'll try calling my daughter by a nickname. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lennia and said, I'm your father and also your family. Do you know why? Lennia stammered in reply, well, because you adopted me. Boreotti denied it. Wrong. Then he gently touched the tip of Lennia's nose. Then he answered, It's because I decided to become your family. The moment the brave little girl stood before the Duke of the Boreotti house, the two of them were connected and became family. Boreotti held Lennia and continued, So ... Lennia looked up at him and thought to herself, Don't worry about who you are. Lennia thought to herself, I don't need to worry about anything. I just know I'm his daughter, and I have a family, that's enough. Boreotti looked at Lennia. He let out a soft sigh and said, You look so tired right now. Instead of always holding it in, just cry. Hearing these words from Boreotti, her tears began to fall. Then she started wailing. He hugged Lennia and comforted her. Lennia sobbed and called out, Father. The dark-haired man gently comforted Lennia. She called out loudly, Father. Boreotti responded in kind, Leo. He spoke up, Tell me whatever you want. To visit her at the orphanage. To eat until you can't eat anymore. You once said that this mansion looks like a place where mysterious assassinations have occurred. Or talk about collecting strawberry milk candies in a jar. Wanting to see your friends at the orphanage, missing your father when he has to work outside, or the fear of facing loneliness. All of it, no matter how foolish it sounds. Lennia closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She clung tightly to Boreotti, who was holding her. Boreotti put Lennia down and asked, Are you done crying? And this is the result of crying for 2 whole days. Lennia's eyes were swollen shut. She replied wearily, I'm done. Boreotti reached his hand out to Lennia. "Wanna hold hands?" Lennia placed her tiny hand in the dark-haired man's. She cheerfully expressed her feelings for the dark-haired man. "Father, I quite like you." Boreotti looked down at Lennia and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by quite?" Lennia laughed loudly and replied, "Well, since you're not teasing me, I quite like it." Boreotti said softly, "Well, I guess it can be understood in all sorts of ways." Lennia laughed loudly. "A strange body and a world I knew nothing about. I thought for a long time about what I had. The feeling of despair I experienced when things went wrong ... with my father, with this new family. I decided to turn all my thoughts into a story. I will place that book on the tapestry of my memories, so I can keep it for myself for a long time. But then I will eventually put this book down and stand up." The image of Boreotti holding Lennia. He smiled and looked at Lennia. "I will run to my father." In the quiet mansion, Lennia skipped and sang. Mrs. Kara asked, "Lennia, are you going to the orphanage today?" Lennia enthusiastically spread her arms wide and replied, "Yes, I made father promise." Mrs. Kara smiled with satisfaction. A few days passed after that incident. Serena was abandoned by a decorator. The wife of Count Tadros had reverted to being Serena Melioka. Serena had been cast aside by Count Tadros. Her eyes were vacant. It was said that the Melioka family sent her to some medical facility, a place with beautiful, warm scenery and nothing else but forests and trees all around. This meant that they had given up on their daughter after she was sent back for committing a crime. The punishment they had to receive didn't stop there. The Melioka family and related nobles had to pay me a huge amount of compensation. Gold, silver, and jewelry were given to Lennia as compensation. She happily sang. Suddenly, she saw Boreotti discussing matters with Rupert. His face was extremely serious, but also incredibly handsome. A perfect side profile. Lennia asked Mrs. Kara, "Mrs. Kara, is father working now?" Mrs. Kara smiled as she answered Lennia, "Isn't he cool when he's working?" She said, "I used to think that father's only job was to meet a few people and then have fun." Suddenly, Boreotti came up from behind and said, "That's your job." He leaned his face down. Lennia ran to Boreotti and said cheerfully, "Father, you and I are wearing matching clothes." He explained, "Red and pink are clearly different." Lennia insisted, "But they're similar." Boreotti indulged her and said, "If you say so, then it must be." Well, Lennia hugged his leg and laughed with delight. Boreotti said to Rupert, "We will be back before dinner." Rupert replied, "Well then, I will go make arrangements and gather information until you return." Mrs. Kara smiled and asked, "So how should we prepare dinner?" Boreotti replied nonchalantly, "Just do as you always do." Lennia turned to Mrs. Kara and said, "Mrs. Kara, I'd like some chicken dishes." Mrs. Kara, understanding Lennia's meaning, asked, "With a little sauce, right?" The girl nodded, her eyes shining as she looked at Boreotti's hair. He reminded her, "Don't mess up my hair." After that, they left. "See you all later." The carriage gradually pulled away from the palace. Lennia asked, puzzled, "Is this the same carriage we took last time?" As she spoke, she patted the seat she had sat in before. "Look, I didn't throw up in the carriage last time, so that's why I get to ride in it again like this." Boreotti took the opportunity to tease Lennia. "I feel sorry for the tree that had to receive what you threw up." Lennia shouted loudly, "Those things are good fertilizer for trees, you know. If we go look for them now, those trees might have grown much bigger." Boreotti pretended to scold her. "Don't you feel sorry for those trees? How heartless. If you're heartless, what does that make you?" "Like father, like son, my conscience is as high as a mountain. Big and wide enough." Lennia heard this and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, aha, and also very barren. A perfect way to describe your conscience." At a street corner, People were bustling with buying and selling. Lennia looked out at the scene with shining eyes. Boreotti called. Leo, she replied. Yes. Seeing Leo so excited, Boreotti suggested, do you want to stop here for a bit? Lennia's eyes sparkled as she replied, really? Can we take a walk and look around? Boreotti replied, it's been 3 years since I've been back to the north, so I also miss these streets quite a bit. We can still make it to the orphanage in time, even if we take a stroll here for a while. Lennia noticed the difference in Boreotti's words. Father is lying. He doesn't like crowded places at all. But then Lennia cheerfully replied, then let's get off here. The people around looked towards the carriage that was stopping in front of them. The carriage door opened, and Boreotti and Lennia stepped out together. Seeing Lennia jump down from the carriage, Boreotti worriedly warned, you could get hurt doing that. She turned and said, are you worried? Moriarty replied, aren't all parents like that? After saying that, he seemed a bit flustered. Suddenly, Lennia noticed something. Boreotti glanced over. Lennia called, Pa ... Then she asked coquettishly, does father want to answer nature's call? Boreotti was at his wits' end with Lennia. Leo, haven't I told you that your way of speaking is strange? Lennia clicked her tongue. TSK. It sounds good and witty, doesn't it? Lennia asked, puzzled, where are we going? And you keep glancing around the streets like you want to destroy the scenery. Ha ha, Boreotti thought to himself. As expected, the orphanage is a problem. Tutor Adair once said, my daughter often exaggerates things a bit. He said that her intelligence has reached the level of a scholar in the academy. However, there is no reason for her to maintain such an innocent facade, because every day that child has had to witness selfishness and hear the vulgar words of others. Moreover, they even beat her physically. Is it possible that she tries to hide everything to face her loneliness? And then those things will gradually eat away at her. The more he thought, the more worried Boreotti's eyes became. First, I'll just buy the child a toy. Lennia suddenly noticed the people carrying goods. Her eyes lit up like stars, her mouth agape in silent admiration. Their muscles are completely different from the knight's muscles. Long back, broad shoulders, so firm, almost reaching the true realm of muscles. Boreotti was helpless when he saw Lennia staring at them. Boreotti spoke up, aren't we going to the orphanage anymore? Lennia, at this point, had her eyes glued on the man with firm muscles. She replied decisively, act like I've never set foot in an orphanage before. Being a little late won't matter. Boreotti glanced at Lennia when suddenly a voice called out, Your Grace. Viscount Karata said politely, I didn't expect to see you here. He had a little girl hiding behind him. Viscount Karata introduced, my name is... Before he could finish, Boreotti cut him off. Viscount Karata. Viscount Karata looked at Boreotti. Then he continued, It is a great honour for me that you remember my name. I once greeted you at the Marquis of Turan's mansion, Boreotti replied. That was before I went to the capital. No wonder I heard that the head of the North has returned. Viscount Karata asked, I wonder what brings you here. I heard you don't like crowded places. Boreotti replied, I'm with my daughter. Seeing Lennia still staring at the people loading and unloading goods over there, Boreotti felt a little helpless. Viscount Karata said politely, so you are taking a stroll. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your precious time. To be honest, I'm also here with my daughter. Boreotti asked back, Your daughter? Viscount Karata replied, It's my second daughter. The little girl with black hair and green eyes looked up at Boreotti, looking very cute. Suddenly, the little girl felt scared. This was from Earth's view of Filio, with his gloomy, cold face. The little girl screamed in fear, quickly hiding behind her father, making the Viscount embarrassed. Though ... double quotes Viscount Karata, while comforting his daughter, said embarrassedly, Duke Boreotti is not a scary person. the little girl hesitantly replied. But ... Boreote, his face like ice, thought, for a moment. I forgot how scary my own eyes are because of Leo. Lennia called out, Pa ... She tugged on Boreote's hand and said cheerfully, I'm done looking. Boreote gently patted Lennia's head and introduced her. This is my daughter. Viscount Karata greeted her. My sincere apologies for the late greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I'm Viscount Leopold Karata. Lennia returned the greeting. Hello, I am Lennia Boreote. Afterwards, Viscount Karata introduced his daughter. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Boreote. This is my daughter, from Earth. From Earth glanced at Lennia. From Earth introduced herself. I'm from Earth Karata. Lennia smiled and greeted her. Hello, my name is Lennia Boreote. Viscount Karata said. My daughter is 7 this year. Lennia laughed loudly, looking very cute, and exclaimed, Oh my, you're just a little kid. ... which made Boreote and Viscount Karata a little confused. From Earth, hearing this, asked puzzledly, Lennia, how old are you? Lennia replied, I'm 7 this year. At the mansion? Lennia asked, Am I heavy? The girl replied, You still need to gain a little more weight. Lennia crossed her arms and said, I've already gained a lot of weight. Baba said, I'm going to turn into a pig. Kani added, That means the young lady is as cute as a little pig. Lennia added, Papa also said that in 2 months, he's going to butcher me. Kani, hearing this, asked helplessly, My lady, will you be wearing a cloak? While the blue-haired maid, hearing this, chuckled. The blue-haired maid, while tying her hair, asked, Did the master really say that? Lennia replied, Yeah, tonight Papa also called me a pig. She remembered Boreote feeding Lennia and asking, Is my daughter's friend here? She replied curtly, Yes, her friend is here. She huffed. If I liked it, I would have said so. The blue-haired maid and Kani looked at Lennia and smiled. Lennia struggled and shouted loudly, The adorable daughter has arrived. Boreote looked at Lennia. He gently asked, Have you bathed? Lennia shouted and adjusted Boreote's posture. Papa, you have to sit up straight. It will be difficult when you go out later. As she spoke, Lennia pointed at Boreote, spine surgery, 1,700. He put down the paper and said, You talk like an old woman. Boreote held out his hand. He had Lennia sit on his lap. He smelled the scent in Lennia's hair. Seeing this, she grabbed a strand of her hair and asked, Does it smell good, Papa? Papa hates strong scents, Boreote asked back. I've said that before, haven't I? She started a conversation. I don't understand why Papa is like that. What did you do today? After returning from the orphanage, we had time to share what happened during the day. In Lennia's room, lying in Boreote's warm embrace, Papa always listens to what I say. Lennia looked at Boreote with a determined gaze and said, So, we'll go shopping together, cloak and all. Lennia hugged Mr. Boreote. He looked at the sleeping Lennia. It's time for you to go to bed now. Then he picked Lennia up and stood up. He opened the door to the room. Kani, seeing Boreote carrying Lennia out, quickly spoke up. Master, Boreote replied, It's all right. The door to the room opened. Boreote carried Lennia to her bed. He gently tucked her in. Lennia suddenly woke up, holding a piece of candy. Baba, candy. She held up the piece of candy. Seeing this, Boreote smiled. He took the candy and put it in the candy jar. He called softly, Leo. The little girl replied absently, HMPH. He wished her, good night. Lennia also cheerfully wished back, good night to Papa too. She gave Boreote a peck on the cheek and whispered, You have to dream about me. Boreote replied, I need to rest in my dreams too. Why should it only be about you? As soon as he finished speaking and looked down at Lennia, he saw she was already sound asleep. Boreote smiled. He closed the door. As he walked away, he thought, "It seems her sleepiness is contagious." Rupert, who was walking by, saw Boreotti and said, "Duke, it seems the young lady is already asleep." Boreotti replied, "Sleeping early is Leo's only good point." Rupert smiled and asked, "Even so, she's very cute, isn't she?" Boreotti was filled with a murderous aura. "Why do you say that?" Rupert, confused, replied, "Why can't I say that?" He thought to himself, "Is it a crime to praise someone else's daughter for the first time?" Boreotti sat down at the table. "It's all your fault. You are the one who needs to be watched." The other person's face darkened as he explained, "This is a bit unfair. I've worked so hard for the young lady, including the adoption procedures, evidence of concealment, and the teacher's instructions, finding the source of malicious rumors about the young lady, etc." Boreotti asked, "Do you know what Leo said today?" Rupert replied, "How would I know?" The child looked at me and asked, "Is Brother Loopy going to be my stepfather?" Rupert repeated, "Stepfather? No, your father is already the Duke." Rupert recalled the moment Lennia opened the door and saw, "Mister, you're taking your clothes off," and Brother Loopy sitting on the sofa, while a voice echoed, explaining, "My lady, that's not it." Rupert's face became flustered. He said, terrified, "Why would the young lady make such a mistake?" Boreotti replied, "It's because you come to see me so often." Rupert asked in desperation, "Is it a crime to come and settle paperwork? This is the work of Loopy Rickest." Rupert, Duke Boreotti's most practical confidant, has his own charm. "I am helping the master run the territory and manage the entire north. Communication is essential." However, Boreotti coldly ordered, "If it's not urgent business, do not come to my office." Rupert asked back, "So when should I come?" He felt super proud for asking such a sharp question. Boreotti continued to ask, "And you know most of the work is urgent, don't you?" Boreotti listed on his fingers, overtime, afternoon nap, night sleep. Rupert, his heart full of resentment, secretly wanted to quit his job due to work stress. Then he smiled again at the thought of money. The Black Beast of the North has a lot of money and financial management skills. Boreotti looked at Rupert and said, "How unsightly." Rupert's face lit up as he replied, "Thank you, Your Grace. This is the investigation report you ordered earlier." In the snowstorm, Duke Boreotti's first official outing in 3 years. The magical beast breeding season was unusually lively. This year's magical beast hunt was expected to be quite grand. When we got there, the number of monsters had clearly decreased. Even gentle monsters that were not hunting targets were suddenly attacked. The reason for this strange phenomenon is the illegal trade of monsters. Nobles with excess money and time are always interested in unusual hobbies. And the new interest of these nobles is monsters. Those who only look glamorous on the outside but are empty-headed are always noisy. While nature is the ultimate beauty, it would be great to be able to tame and raise a monster. This foolish idea can be easily found in history. But not once has it ended well. Young monsters are weak, so they are very cute and gentle. But when they grow up, they not only harm people but also destroy an entire region. Moreover, the value of monster corpses is slowly becoming the seed of an upheaval. Rupert said, "We are monitoring the movements of the nobles in the north. Due to the Duke's warning, they seem more fearful and cautious." Boreotti flipped through the pages of the report Rupert gave him. Rupert added, "Therefore, we have focused on the actions of the people working in these families." Boreotti suddenly spoke up. "There are some findings, I see." He nodded and explained, "As you can see, the 2 families of Count Mirioka and Baron Kliss have sent servants to a mansion. The Count's side always sends the same person, but the Baron's side sends a different person each time. The frequency and timing of their visits are the same." Boreotti rested his chin on his hand, thinking, he said. Moreover, Mirioka is indeed a place that nurtures the flowers of the upper class, Boriotti exclaimed. Truly a talented family. Rupert was a little scared and swallowed. He asked, so where did they meet? Rupert replied, at Count Tabarnus's house. Boriotti's eyes showed he was calculating something. He dropped the report. This annoying fly. Rupert continued. During the 3 years the Duke was in the capital, he freely held dominion over the north. Boriotti cut in. It's not funny at all. And then what? Rupert guessed. Because he has a reliable backer, I suppose. Boriotti let out a sound. How amusing. Rupert said, Anyway, he's a member of the royal family. Boriotti chuckled and said, if they had ever seen Leo being harassed, they would probably be smarter now. Our Leo will protect herself well. Rupert agreed, but in reality, the royal family is already on its last legs. Boriotti added, it was fine until the time of the former emperor. He had the sharpness of an eagle. That foolish little bird shows me this clearly. Boriotti smiled with a dangerous expression. But no, it's better to get involved, so I can legally torture them. Rupert, accustomed to this expression of Boriotti's, exclaimed, why are you so much like the young lady? Boriotti put a large question mark, saying because she's my daughter. Rupert replied, yes. Boriotti placed his hand on the report and ordered, for now, just continue monitoring. Rupert obeyed, replying, yes. Boriotti suddenly added, and Viscount Carrata. Rupert, surprised, repeated, Viscount Carrata. In Rupert's memory, Viscount Carrata was a homeless person. Boriotti said, the Viscount's second daughter is the same age as Leo. Rupert understood. The one you met at the square. Rupert added, I heard the Viscount and his wife loved their children very much, especially the Viscount. He practically smothers his second daughter. Rupert nodded in agreement. She is indeed the same age as the young lady. Boriotti, while thinking, said, it would be good if she became friends with Leo. Suddenly, both Boriotti and Rupert had the same thought. My daughter. The young lady ... It probably won't affect anything. A few days later, at the Boriotti mansion, a blue letter was sent. On the letter was a seal with a deer head symbol. Mrs. Kara brought it to Boriotti. He looked at the letter and said, it's a letter from the wife of Viscount Carrata. The content of the letter was, Your Grace, Duke Boriotti. I trust you are well. In a few days, we will be hosting a tea party. I would like to invite your Grace and your daughter. Mrs. Kara offered, I heard the Viscountess often invites noble families with young children to her tea parties. Now that the master has become a father, it's not surprising to be invited. Boriotti, hearing this, also agreed. That's right. It's not strange at all. He put the letter away. He asked Mrs. Kara, puzzled, where is Leo? Mrs. Kara replied, the young lady is in the living room. Mrs. Kara followed behind Boriotti to report. Also, I heard from Mr. Adair that there is a matter related to the academy that needs to be discussed with you. Boriotti replied, tell him I'll see him this afternoon. Then he walked away. In the cute pink room, the toys were placed, ... in different places. Creak, 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 ... came from the wooden horse Lennia was riding. Lennia rode the horse, thinking to herself, a whole life lived in a hurry. Seeing this dark look on his daughter's face, Boriotti couldn't help but let out a worried sigh. Seeing Lennia riding on the wooden horse, Boriotti called out with some concern, Leo. Hearing her name, Lennia turned her face with delight. She quickly ran to hug Boriotti and cheerfully called out, Pa. Lennia's eyes sparkled as she boasted to Boriotti, Father, did you see? I was riding a horse. I've played with all those toys. Boriotti replied, Yes, I saw. Ha ha. The fireplace had firewood. Lennia ran to where Boriotti was sitting. She sat on Boriotti's lap. He stroked Lennia's head and asked, "Are you comfortable now?" Lennia replied with satisfaction, "Yes, I've made a nest." Boreotti took out the invitation and said, "Here, take it." Lennia took the invitation and asked, puzzled, "Is it for you, father?" Boreotti explained, "It's for both of us. Do you remember Viscount Curator?" Lennia remembered and asked, "The elderly man with the cute little girl we met at the market that day. She was quite cute." Boreotti, hearing that, said, "Stop talking like a little old lady." Lennia picked up the letter. "Is there a problem with me calling someone cute?" She opened the letter to read it, but couldn't understand the content. Stupid. She looked at Boreotti. "What is this?" he answered. "An invitation to a tea party." Lennia asked back, "But why?" Boreotti patiently explained, "Because I want to attend that party with my daughter, of course. Since leaving the mansion last time, I've been very worried about your condition upon returning." Lennia still looked up at Boreotti. Then she struggled and said, "I don't want to." Boreotti said sternly, "You need to learn how to behave like a normal child." He looked down at Lennia. "You're still too young. Don't force yourself to be mature." Lennia was confused. What nonsense is this? She repeated in her head to stay calm, "Violence is not the answer. Violence is not the answer. Violence is not the answer," and tried to hold it in. Lennia turned to whine to Boreotti. "I like reading books and playing alone. You know that, father. I'm very mature." That's my true self, Boreotti thought, so I need to do something about this. Boreotti said, "But ... double quotes then gently explained, "You don't want to make yourself like this, do you? No, let's just do this." Boreotti placed his hand on Lennia's head. "Leo," Lennia thought worriedly, "what is this atmosphere?" Boreotti persuaded Lennia, "Why don't you make some good friends and spend time playing with children your own age?" She immediately turned and retorted, "But I have friends. You saw them at the orphanage." Boreotti recalled the time Lennia was at the orphanage, playing with her friends. Lennia asked, "How have you been lately? Are you eating properly now?" Lennia lifted a little boy up and exclaimed, "Oh my, you've grown so much." Lennia praised a little girl. "You've remembered all the letters already. You're so smart." Lennia protected her friends from the bad guys. "Hey, you scumbag. How many times have I told you not to pick on others?" Lennia comforted the younger children. "Ah, you dropped it. Don't cry. I'll wipe it for you." "Come here." Lennia was happy with her friends at the orphanage. Boreotti blamed himself. "If ... I had paid more attention and care to you, you wouldn't have had to go through such difficult things," Boreotti explained. "You can't call them friends. You're more like their guardian." Boreotti reached out and stroked Lennia's face. "Leo," he said warmly, "you are my only family." Lennia looked at Boreotti. "Father ... Then Boreotti said, "I don't want you to grow up too fast." Lennia, hearing this, asked, "Are you trying to pick a fight with me again?" Boreotti added, "So just do what you want, like riding a horse, reading books ... double quotes." Lennia thought, "My feet ... double quotes." Then she read the book title, A Fairy Tale of Dreams and Wonders. Lennia thought angrily to herself, "But father is stopping me from doing what I want. No matter how cute I look, I don't want to be treated like a child." Boreotti said, "Your wishes are what's important to me." Hearing that, Lennia was suddenly moved. She covered her face and cried out, "Ah!" After Boreotti placed his hand on her head, she looked up and said loudly, "All right, I'll go." "It's not like I'll die from going there," Boreotti agreed. "It's just a tea party invitation, not a battle." Night fell at the Viscount Curator's mansion. "Hello, Broom," the Viscountess Curator asked, "although I've sent the invitation. Do you think he will actually come?" Viscount Curator replied, "Are you worried about this?" The Viscountess replied, "But that's the Duke." The Viscountess imagined worriedly, I would be very happy if he used the invitation to start a fire. At least it wouldn't be a waste of paper. Hearing this, the Viscount could only force a laugh. He reassured her, "You don't need to worry." The Duke himself requested that we invite him. The Viscountess said, "Speaking of which, you said you met Duke Boreotti's daughter, didn't you?" The Viscount replied, "She is indeed very lovely. You wouldn't know, but I thought she was a little old lady. The way she talked to Flo made me wonder, TSK, is she really a little child?" The Viscountess covered her mouth and laughed, exclaiming, "Oh my." The Duchess wondered, could it be that the Duke still remembers Flo? The Viscount replied, "Perhaps. We met at the market back then." The Viscountess worried, although our Flo is a good child, she doesn't know how to take the initiative or lead others. The Viscount then asked, "Is that what you're worried about?" The lady replied, "Of course. After all, that girl is the daughter of Duke Boreotti." The Viscount asked, confused, "What does title or status have to do with being friends with each other?" The Viscountess replied, "You're being too naive again. Anyway, it's late. Let's go to bed." Then the Viscountess picked up the lamp. Viscount Karada said to his wife, "Minga, to be honest, that's not something you should worry about. You don't know the real Duke." The Viscountess, hearing this, asked back, "Huh? What?" Viscount Karada wondered, why do other people call him a dark monster? The master of the land, Boreotti, is coming to the tea party with his daughter. A servant quickly said, "Here, let me take your coat. Over here, gentleman." The child's face darkened, and he screamed upon seeing Boreotti's fearsome face. The palace in the early morning was so fresh and peaceful. Boreotti was standing with Lennia in a large room, looking at the empty children's playground. He just stood there silently, not saying a word. Suddenly, Gapin appeared from behind him and said loudly, "Wow!" All the kids cried and ran away. And little Lennia was laughing. She burst out laughing. Just one look from Father and the whole crowd ran away in a panic. Father made them cry. Father made them cry. Boreotti glanced at his little daughter and said, "Are you making fun of me, you brat?" Boreotti's little daughter began to bargain with her father. "I guess this tea party was worth it after all. Maybe I won't have to be lonely anymore." Boreotti then looked at his little girl, Lennia, and said gently, "Those disrespectful kids were talking." Then from behind, Chancellor Curate approached respectfully. "Welcome, Duke Boreotti, Lord of the North." Miss Gisela Curate placed her hand on her chest in a gesture of sincerity. "I'm Gisela Curate, the host of today's tea party. My sincere apologies for the awkward situations that have arisen in our home." Upon seeing Gisela Curate, Lennia immediately hid behind her father. Mr. Boreotti also sincerely said, "It's all right. In any case, I am very grateful to your husband." Gisela replied, "Ah, yes. My husband has told me about his meeting with you." Boreotti looked at her with a serious expression and said, "I should apologize, as it seems the problem originated from me." Gisela smiled happily. The children are still too young to know what is right and wrong. Boreotti then introduced the little girl to Gisela Curate. The little girl put on a pitiful expression. "This is my daughter." Lennia then began to perform like a professional dancer, greeting the Viscountess Karada. "Hello, Lennia Boreotti, the only daughter of Duke Boreotti. I have been looking forward to this day to meet you, my lady. Thank you for inviting us to the tea party." Gisela was surprised by the little girl's cuteness. "Oh my," Gisela laughed and bowed her head. "I am also very happy to meet you, my lady, and Duke Boreotti. It is an honor to host the tea party today. I hope you will have a wonderful time in the Karada domain." Little Miss Lennia burst out laughing, like husband, like wife. Angela Carrot continued to introduce the room. "We have a playground for the children over there. And parents can watch their children while enjoying tea over there." Duke Boreotti asked, Do you often host tea parties like this? Gisela Kreslin began to explain to the Duke. It is, but it's more like a gathering for families and friends. So whenever we host a tea party, we can also look into our own rooms. We also prepare a few things for the children. This time, we have a special activity for them, which is riding reindeer. Bellio seemed unenthusiastic when it came to this children's playground. So, what about the children's safety? After hearing the question, Chancellor Kress was startled. Ah, yes, the children will be carefully instructed on the do's and don'ts, and if they don't follow the rules, they won't be allowed to ride the reindeer. Lady Curate's expression on this side seemed indifferent, but inside she was filled with pressure and fear. Pelio's voice still echoed, so that's fine. Lennia ran with a thump-thump towards her father. Bellio said kindly, Leo, you should go play with the other children. Leo started to act pitiful again. Don't you want to spend time with your daughter? But Leo wants to have tea with her father. Can we have it together? This face made Duke Boriotti ask helplessly, where did you learn that? Leo replied, what do you mean? I'm just too cute. Then Gabin appeared, startling the Duke, who turned around. What the heck is this? The little mistress Leo kept pestering. Father, your grace, and then began to instruct her father. Don't you even know how old I am? Boriotti replied to the little princess, but you're no different from a 5-year-old. Lennia started talking to her father. Actually, in one more day, I'll be 20. Duke Boriotti said, you're still at an age where you have grand illusions, aren't you? Lennia, with a sharp attitude, continued, listen to me. Making everyone at the tea party shiver and think, as expected, the Boriotti family is cut from the same cloth. Bellio then handed his little princess, Leo, a lovely bag of candy. Stop with the foolish games. Here, take this candy and share it with the others. And stop glaring. Open your eyes beautifully. You have to make at least one friend today. You hear me? Lennia started to get annoyed and glared at her father, remaining silent without a word, then finally spoke up. Father, what do you want me to do with the other kids? What kind of games should I play? Bellio looked at his daughter with a doting gaze. The little mistress began to look around and observe. Frummer stood behind, swallowing nervously. The image of her older brother making that demon gesture. That's the daughter of the dark monster of the north. I bet that kid is a monster just like him. Florm Earth began to tremble with extreme fear, stuttering, no way. At that moment, the young Countess Bosroni began to tell Flormers, haven't you heard the story of the Red Rose Countess? She replied, Countess Tadros. No, I haven't. The boy then began to recount. You don't know what happened to her. From what I heard, after the Duke used his monster's claw on her for some reason, she went insane. From us, surprised, asked again, what do you mean, insane? The other person replied, I'm only telling you this, okay? Flormers, terrified, huddled together and stammered, what should I do now? The Duke approached, what you can do. That kid ... she probably eat you up. ... with the Duke making a scary face. He scared from Earth so much that she burst into tears, which alerted her father who was sitting far away. He came over and patted her head. ... of the Duke. Heavens, this kid. Did you go and tease Frog again? Frog stood in a corner, sobbing. He gently stroked her head and called, Frog, you don't have to force yourself to be friends with her. We are the hosts of the party today. After all, there's nothing ... Double quotes ... just greet her once. Is that okay? Of course, only if you feel comfortable with it, he could say. He continued to gently soothe this little soul. Even if you don't want to, it's okay. It seems I've stopped crying. She clenched her fists and encouraged herself. I can do it. My brother cried. The little girl nodded with a determined plan in mind, but I'm much stronger than him. I've already met her once. so it will be fine, right? From Earth Knight, as if filled with determination, approached Lennia. Duke Boreotti, while sipping his tea, looked at his little daughter, lost in thought. I'm sure I'm right. Isn't guaranteed to see my child make a new friend with my own eyes? Over here, Lennia angrily rummaged through her candy bag. She took out a small piece of candy, unwrapped it, and thought to herself, honestly. She popped the candy into her mouth and chewed. I want some duck-flavoured water. Making friends with the children at the orphanage was much easier because I also had the feeling of taking care of them. But I have to treat the children at the tea party differently because they all have the same status. From me, suddenly a pair of legs was standing behind Lennia. She shouted loudly, "Hey!" It turned out to be from us calling. Flor was in a state of anxiety. Lennia, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see Fo. The two ran to each other and held hands, overjoyed as if they had been separated for 100 years. Lennia said, I've been looking all over for you. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Have you grown taller? Leo's big door. Isn't this too embarrassing? Not comfortable at all. At this moment, Flo thought to herself, the daughter of the Boreotti family came to me first. Flora's eyes looked uncertainly, though. I said, hello, Miss Lennia, welcome here. I'm so glad you could attend today. Lennia cheerfully replied, thank you all for inviting me. At this time, Flormus confided a lot in Leo. Our house has prepared all kinds of desserts and juices for the tea party. If you want to eat anything, just let the servants know, and they will get it for you. After that, we can go play with the reindeer. Lennia then asked excitedly, Rudolph the reindeer. From us, surprised, asked, who is Rudolph? Leo explained, he's a reindeer with a red nose. Florian said cheerfully, but their noses turn a little red on cold days anyway. Leo was quite surprised to hear that. Ha, really? Flo's eyes sparkled as she replied, when it's summer, insects even land on the reindeer's noses. There's a lot of information to satisfy your curiosity. Leo thought to herself, this is better than I imagined. The reindeer are very cute and kind. You must know a lot about reindeer. From Earth closed her eyes tightly and laughed loudly. I love reindeer. Their eyes even change color with the seasons. From Earth continued to tell everyone a story. One time, my grandfather castrated a reindeer. ... and cooked it up. A loud shout. Hey, 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 stop it, someone said loudly. I don't want to know what happens next. At this moment, Lennia held up her big bag of candy and said, Candy. Candy, I brought my candy for you guys. Let's eat together. At that moment, Duke Boreotti looked at his little child happily playing with. ... her friends with a satisfied look in his eyes. He spoke up. Gabin, what kind of person is Leo in your eyes? Gabin replied, she seems to be a good child who always treats her friends well. Bellio said, so I guess I've succeeded, haven't I? Boreotti looked at his little princess, Leo, and thought to himself, I was hoping she would grow a little more. After being well-fed and cared for, the child's height still hadn't changed from before. Boreotti put his teacup down. Then suddenly, a historically dressed person approached. Gabin, seeing this, informed the Duke. Master. Paleo, as if he already knew, said, Gabin, go. He obeyed the man and stepped back. It turned out to be Marquis van Bardo. He was bowing seriously before Duke Boreotti, his eyes looking sad and forlorn, which made Gabin instinctively wary of this person. Boreotti then called the Marquis by name. I didn't expect to see you here, the Marquis replied. It has been a while. The last time we met must have been in the capital, Bellio continued. I thought we met at the royal palace not long ago. He laughed loudly. It's always so cheerful talking to you. On this side, the little Princess Lennia was also observing. The adults were talking, the two of them sitting opposite each other in conversation. Lennia, surprised, asked, that man is ... I know father doesn't have many friends except for Count Reiner. She began to narrow her eyes, her expression showing she was analyzing the other person. Who is he? Could he be in the novel? Suddenly, a boy approached and said loudly, "He's my maternal grandfather." Leo then asked, "Who is your maternal grandfather?" The boy replied, "He is Marquis Pardo's." At this, Leroy was taken aback and fell backward. A long time ago, this continent was divided into 5 regions: North, South, East, West, and the Central region. The ruler of the Central region once had the ambition to unify all the regions and turn them into a powerful kingdom. And so, he set about realizing his ambition of unifying each region one by one. Except for the North, over time, the others all submitted and were annexed into this central kingdom, with its vast territory and endless mineral resources. The land that the royal family wanted to conquer more than any other. The North soon became an obstacle, and they, who were nicknamed Dark Monsters, possessed a terrifying kind of power. They were fully capable of resisting the other regions with their own strength. Surprisingly, the negotiations between the parties went very smoothly. Even so, the North was the one to extend its hand first. They only had 2 conditions. The North would maintain its autonomy. Marriage between the royal family and the Duke of the North is forbidden. And the royal family, of course, was not happy with these conditions, but they had no choice but to agree to them. That is how the Melio's empire of today was founded. But the royal family also had a condition when it came to unification. Back to the conversation between Marquis Ranpardus and Pelio Boriotti. The North must accept a noble family of royal lineage. Ranpardus said, "My grandson is 8 years old this year. He's the grandchild I love very much." Bellio asked coldly, "You seem to be very fond of your grandson." Marquis Ranpardo stirred his tea and replied with a loud laugh, "Ho, ho, ho, he's my first grandchild. Of course I have to love him." Little Leo, looking uninterested, said, "I see." The surrounding scenery gradually became extremely dangerous. Especially the conversation between Pelio and Marquis Ranpardos. Then a beautiful girl with a pale complexion stood behind them. On the outside, she smiled brightly, but on the inside, she was crying silently. "Humph," Leo called, "Father." Pelio turned back and asked, Leo, father. In a noble outfit, politely asking her father, "I'm planning to go play with those reindeer." Belly, concerned, instructed Leo. "You can bring more candy, too. Later, you can eat it with your friends," Leo said. "I don't think I'll eat anything right now." Bellio asked, puzzled, "Why?" Leo thought for a moment, gesturing with her empty hands. Actually, Leo was trying to forget that scary past. Leo said, "I'm not saying." Marquis Rampardo said gently, "So this child is ... Double quotes ... the rumoured daughter of Duke Boriotti." Helio's face hardened. He asked, "A rumour?" Marquis Rampardos laughed loudly and replied, "Ha ha, I must apologise. I forgot how sensitive you are to such meaningless rumours. Hello there, my lady," Leo said, cute and gentle. "Hello, I am Lennia Boriotti, and I am my father's daughter," Leo then thought. So, he is the Marquis. In the original story, he's a powerful ally to the main character, and also the worst grandfather on earth. Rampardos praised, "The young lady is truly lovely, especially when being doted on in the Duke's arms." Leo retorted immediately, "I disagree. I like muscles much more than my father's arms." Belyelian cut Leo off. "Aren't you going to go see the reindeer?" "Let Gabin go with you," Leo said. "Yes, sir." Bellio warned. "Be careful," Leo replied. "I know." Gabin asked Han, "Did you have fun with your friends?" Leo said defiantly, "It depends. But I learned a lot." Gabin asked again, "What did you learn?" Can you tell me? Leo, with a mischievous face, said, Do you know that Rudolph has a red nose? After that, Gabin and Leo whispered to each other. Rampardos asked, So, shall we go outside? Pelio replied, Yeah, let's go. However, Pelio was still interested in Gabin and Leo's conversation. Pelio thought, What are they talking about? At that time, everyone was gathered and talking. Before Leo and Gabin went to play, Leo looked back at her father. The royal hunter, the Pardes family, once contributed the most to the royal family. Initially, they went to the north to help the emperor conquer the region. But when they saw the power of the Boriotti family, they realized the weakness of the royal family in comparison, and so they had a change of heart. And then it was time for Leo to go see the reindeer. That reindeer stared at the onlookers. Leo thought to herself, Father has been working so hard all year, to the point that no one can stop him. It's truly amazing. Leo thought again of Marquis Rampardos, but he makes me feel angry, that old fox, HMPH. In the picturesque natural scenery, Rampardos and Pelio continued their conversation. Marquis Rampardos asked, Can you never rest for a bit? Kiliadap was the Duke of the North. How can I be lazy? Rampardos laughed loudly and said, Hey, you are truly admirable. You're always busy with something. Winter in the north is much harsher. I would be very happy if you could rest a little, Bellio said. And I would be very happy if you returned to the capital, Rampardos asked. Can't you speak more gently to me? Although I don't like the foolish person on the throne in the capital, I still want to live here until the end of my days. Anyway, I think our relationship is mutually beneficial. Besides, our family also has status in the north. Bellio, since when did the Marquis care about such things? Rampardos said, Of course, I always have. That's why I'm here with my grandson today. Bellio said frankly, You are a terrible inspiration. But Run said, This must be the best compliment I've ever received. I always wondered if I'd caught the Duke's eye. But it seems I can die without any regrets now. By the way, I don't know how my son is doing, Belly replied, again. Why do you always ask things you already know? Ron replied, I just want to ask because I don't want my son to overwork himself. Bellio said leisurely, You've said a lot of interesting things today, Marquis. Even if the workload triples, you just need to know we're all in the same boat. Are you only thinking about your son overworking? Have you been raising your son too carefully? Ran said, I really don't understand why my son wants to do this. Bellio said confidently, No one in this empire can pay higher than me. Bellio is the highest payer in the empire, so let the money do the brainwashing. And at that time, a young man was still sitting and reading page after page. Swish, swish ... that was Rupert. Marquis Rampardos recalled the day his son asked to work for Pelio. The Marquis's son said, I want to be Duke Bugliotti's secretary. Hearing that, Run and Dorse were surprised and asked, This kid, how dare you say that right after returning from the academy? Luke picked up his teacup and said softly, TSK, isn't it more effective to just say it outright? Anyway, I've already planned to go work for Duke Boriotti later. I just came here to tell you about my plans and the job I've accepted. Marquis Rampardos said worriedly. But ... Luke, do you know why the Pardos family came to this north? Luke replied, If the Pardos family HAD and single quotes T ... father, you understand me best. The rights of the youngest of the Pardos family. I cannot be satisfied with ordinary things. I only want the best. Marquis Rampardos pondered for a moment, then continued. I know you've always been ambitious, even as a child, but I'm truly surprised. Luke replied, Thank you for your kind words, Father. Rampardos asked again, So you have a plan? Luke, with a cold look in his eyes, while sipping his tea, said, Of course. The emperor will only see this as the foolishness of the Marquis's son. Leo stood in a beautiful natural place and thought to herself, if I think back on the original story, Luke is really not an ordinary person. As Leo was deep in thought, a pretty little girl with brown hair called out, Lady Bolero. Leo looked at her friend and said, HM? Framus then asked Leo, Are you okay? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Leo replied, No, it's nothing, I'm fine. Then, Framus said, It seems it's my turn. If you'd like, shall we go together? Leo replied, Of course, let's go. Gabon reminded Leo, My lady, please be careful. There are many infectious parasites, Leo said firmly. Oh please, the reindeer here don't have parasites. Right, Flo? Leo's other friend replied, Right. The name Flo made the brown-haired girl's heart beat faster. Thump. Gabon said, I bet that little girl doesn't even know what parasites are. Leo replied, That's enough. Let's learn to ride the reindeer. The instructor reminded them. 1. Sit firmly in the saddle. 2. Walk around the yard and hold on tight to the reins. You must have someone with you. After a fun outing, everyone was delighted and said, Oh wow, it's so high. Go, reindeer, go. It's very so thick. The guide said, Now, Miss Boliotti, it's your turn. And so Leo was gently and carefully helped onto the back of that reindeer by the guide. When she sat on the reindeer's back, Leo had to exclaim, Wow, it's so gentle and cute. The guide replied, HMPH. Leo, surprised, said, But can I eat it? I think it would taste pretty good. Afterwards, the guide led the reindeer away and sighed. Double quotes Leo, at that time, looked extremely happy. And then Leo returned home. The little girl called out loudly, Ha! Bellio also quickly ran over to pick her up and called, Leo. Leo laughed happily. Ha ha, Bellio said. You smell like a reindeer, Leo replied. Tutu kept sniffing and rubbing against my face. Bellio Boriotti asked, puzzled, Tutu. Leo then explained that it was the name of a reindeer, and a female one at that. She has amazing muscles. Bellio froze for a moment, then asked, You've come all this way and you're still obsessed with those muscle things. Leo said, But she has a lot of muscles. Bellio looked annoyed. Can't you leave the reindeer alone and let them live in peace? Leo smiled mischievously and said, Is it bad to say they look delicious? Bellio Boriotti looked at Leo coldly and said, When you get back, you will have to read to children's books and write a report for me. Leo was stunned. Why? Witnessing that conversation between the father and daughter made Marquis Jampardos think, She's just like someone. Leo cried out, I hate fairy tales. I'd rather write a report on a book I actually like. Bellio coaxed the little girl again. I'm telling you this for your own good. I'm an adult. I know what I'm talking about. Leo, angry, replied, Wow. I didn't know my father was so uncaring towards his daughter. My soul is an adult's too. Bellio, while feeding Leo, said, All right, you're an adult. Leo, chewing, boasted to her father, I've made some friends. Bellio Boriotti asked, Who? Leo replied that it was Fro, from Miss Curator. Bellio's face was like ice as he asked, Count Curator's daughter. Then Bellio Boriotti thought to himself, I guessed it was that child. Leo continued, She was very nice and stayed with me all day. Bellio asked, puzzled, Why do you keep talking like that? Leo quickly replied, Well, I'm still saying things that people my age say. But then Bellio said, If it's the Count Curator's child, then that's fine. Leo asked innocently, Are you praising me? Bellio explained, She's a good child. Leo followed, I think so too. Bellio said again, Although she is a bit dull. Leo agreed, That's true. After that, Bellio continued to tell Leo, But she has a good heart. She will be a good friend to you. Leo, puzzled and a little surprised. What's with that gentle tone? While Leo and her father were talking, Marquis Rampartus jumped into the conversation and asked, "So, what do you think about being friends with my grandson?" Leo then thought, "What is this? When did the cute boy with silver hair appear? And why is he hiding behind Marquis Giant Patus?" Bellio looked at the boy and said, "He seems to be a good child." Marquis Rampartus laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, the young lady speaks just like a grown-up." Leo said again, "My stomach feels like it's swelling up." Paleo then asked softly, "Why are you boasting about that?" Leo asked, looking at her father and him. Bellio, not letting the little girl finish, answered immediately, "No." Marquis Rampartus laughed loudly, "Ha ha," and said, "We are friends." Bellio looked annoyed, looked at Leo, and said sternly, "Why are you curious about such meaningless things?" Leo replied, "It's not meaningless." Then the little girl thought, "I also want to ask what the two of them were talking about earlier." Suddenly, a question popped into my mind. Are we really in the original story? In the book, the Marquis appears at crucial moments. Because he is top-tier information about Boreoti, he always holds an important and directing position in the situations that occur. In other words, their meeting can only be the beginning of major events. But because my father is the strongest of all, I'm not too worried. Besides, the story has changed a lot because of me. What my father can do is more important than finding some troublesome love in the future. Leo thought a lot. Let's see, the story starts on the Grand Princess's 16th birthday, but I can't just ask my father how old he is. That would be strange. I can pretend I'm just asking randomly. Let's start asking things. Leo called out loudly, "Father, father. Father, how old are you this year?" Bellio said, "You should have asked before, shouldn't you?" Leo replied, Heh. Well, I'm asking now." Leo thought, "To be honest, I really want to know." Then Pelio answered briefly, 27. This made Leo extremely surprised. When Pelio said, 27. Leo screamed, "What?" The sound made everyone around them jump. Leo shouted, "Father, are you serious? Is it true? You're not lying, are you?" Bellio frowned and said, "Is all your food used for shouting? Why are you so surprised?" Leo shook her hand in disbelief and asked again, "I thought you were over 30. That shocked both Pelio and Rant. Leo said loudly, "You're only 27. What the heck have you been doing that makes you look like you've lived 3 lifetimes? How can this face be only 27? What have you been through to become like this?" Ran couldn't hold it in any more and burst out laughing, spitting out his drink. Gabin silently prayed, "My lady, please stop talking." Leo said, "Or maybe you don't even remember how old you are." Marquis Rampartus burst out laughing and said, "Oh my." Leo went to Mrs. Kara and complained, "Mrs. Kara, look." Mrs. Kara was stunned. "Oh my, how could this have happened?" Leo said, "Did father hit me?" Pelio stood right behind Leo and explained, "That's right, you deserved it." Leo said, "You're not my real father, are you? How could a strong man like you think of hitting his own daughter like that?" Bellio said, "Then why do you always talk nonsense?" Leo replied, "But I've always been like this, haven't I?" "You didn't have a problem with it before," Bellio said, "but you need to know where and when it's appropriate." Bellio brought Leo to her room and asked gently, "Does it hurt?" Leo said, "Yes, it does." Hearing that, Bellio said, "I think you're just exaggerating." Leo said, "This person, honestly, it hurts so much I thought my head had split in two." Bellio thought, "How could I hit this weak little child? Nothing can be changed." "But I still feel guilty," Leo said. "Really, why is it my fault when the one who always has a sour face is you?" "Because of the pressure from managing this northern region." Bellio, while applying medicine for his daughter, replied, Are you saying that to make me feel guilty for hitting my daughter? Leo shivered and said, Dad, this smell. What are you laughing at? Father, Bellio said. Who's the one who jumped up because of a little smell? Leo awkwardly praised, Wow, it's amazing. He reminded her, Don't try to endure it. Leo lay near her father. She took her father's hand and said, But father, you are 27 this year. Bellio told his daughter, My daughter seems to be quite good at guessing people's ages. Leo quickly said, That's not it. It's just that you're too handsome, father. You always look so serious, so I thought you must be over 30. I mean, at 27, you're really much more mature than your actual age. You can kill monsters even if you have to face them alone. I really admire that, so I bet when I grow up, I'll be really cool like you. Bellio thought for a moment and then said, Liar. Then Leo asked again, But why do you always give me candy? Leo was munching on candy. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes filled with tears. Leo called out loudly, Pa. Bellio sighed and said, What is it? You scared me, Leo replied, about the person who gave birth to me. Bellio said, What? Leo was curious and said, Your cousin, my biological mother. How old was she when she left? Bellio was immediately frozen by his daughter's innocent question. Oh, 16. Regina ran away at 16. Now, 10 years have passed. Lennia is now 7. That means she got pregnant at 18. Leo called out again loudly. Father, was she an ambitious person? At this, Bellio could only force a smile and reply, Yes. Leo said firmly, I'm ambitious too. Bellio quickly said, Then that means you'd better not get knocked up by some guy. That's impossible. I can't imagine you having to die at 18 after getting pregnant. Back to the fairy tale. Leo sat deep in thought for a long time. It's surprising that my mother got pregnant at such a young age. Just then, a servant came in and said, My lady, it's time for your meal. Leo replied obediently, Yes, ma'am. On the way to the dining hall, Leo thought again, But compared to my mother's story, the man who seduced such a young girl and then abandoned her is the worst. When I find him, I'll teach him a lesson. Leo in an adorable dress. She cheerfully went to the dining hall and called out loudly, Goodbye and see you again. Bellio said worriedly, Haven't I told you not to run like that? Leo still said many things. Father, are you well? You haven't been overworking yourself, have you? Bellio replied, I'm about to die from this mountain of work. Leo said angrily, How can you let your life be so miserable? Bellio replied humorously, Why not? So Leo will set me free. Leo, very determined, said, Yes, I will defeat them all. Many delicious dishes were laid out on the table, and Bellio gently fed his daughter. Bellio said, A new tutor will be arriving today. Leo replied, frustrated, I don't want a woman who has a history with you, father. Bellio affirmed, You don't need to worry about that. His name is Hyrule Barsrooney, the head of the Barsrooney family. Leo asked, puzzled, So teacher Ria is also a noble. Bellio asked, You didn't know? Leo immediately replied, But why isn't he the head of the family? And Bellio explained that it was because they were living separately. Looking at the image of Countess Barsrooney, Lennia was very curious, why is teacher Ada so disliked by his family? Immediately after. After getting married, Count Ada left his family and children in the north and left. It's also easy to understand why Countess Barsrooney, the current head of that family, made such a choice, because of the children's interests. Lennia, with a serious face, thought, I have a feeling. Ada and Lady Barsrooney were having a loud argument. Mr. Ada, frightened, used his hand to block Lady Barsrooney's blows. My dear, my lady, please stop. Mrs. Barsrooney angrily scolded him. Ada, you are a scoundrel. How do you expect me to stop? Lennia, watching the two of them, was stunned. She could only sit upright in her chair and watch this scene unfold, thinking, and that's how it happened. The two of them were still in the middle of their argument. Mrs. Bushrooney angrily scolded, "Come here, what are these curly things?" Mr. Adder explained, "My lady, please calm down." Lennia could only sit there helplessly, listening to these scoldings and silently thinking, why are all the etiquette tutors so eccentric? Mrs. Bushrooney and I scolded, "If you've come back, you should at least show your face to your family." Mr. Adder, with a head full of question marks, asked Mrs. Bushrooney and I, "Mrs. Bushrooney, why did you hit me again?" She continued, "Of course, why wouldn't I hit you? Especially after all the hardship I've been through because of you." Mr. Adder put on a pleading expression. "Don't make me kneel." Mrs. Bushrooney, furious, shouted, "Do it." After Mr. Adder knelt down and was punished by the chair thrown by Mrs. Postgrining, she threw it while shouting, "Go to hell." Mr. Adder, frightened, cried out, "Hey." As for Lennia, she was looking away. How? After reaching the door, Lennia opened it. As soon as she peeked her head out, Lennia heard someone call her, "My lady." It was Dam. Lennia noticed her slowly approaching where she was standing. Seeing that Lennia had noticed her, Dam put on her handsome face and asked her with great concern and worrying, "Are you all right?" Lennia looked at the other person and said, "Malice," she replied respectfully, "Yes, my lady." Lennia asked, puzzled, "Do the people of the North think etiquette is just for fighting?" Dam, terrified, waved her hands in denial. "Of course not." Dam, sweating profusely, slowly replied, double quotes," she trailed off, then began to think to herself, compared to other regions, the North is indeed much more refined. Remembering the blonde woman and looking at Lennia before him, he thought, the first etiquette teacher was Serena Malioka. Looking at Lennia's angry, serious face, Dam thought, and now she's having trouble with her current teacher. Dam squatted down to Lennia's height and replied, "The people in this North are just a bit bolder." Lennia looked at her and said, "I don't think about those things." Dam was about to praise Lennia. "Yes, you are absolutely right." After speaking, the two looked at each other in a gloomy atmosphere. In such a situation, Dam said helplessly, "Well, it's true that we Northerners value etiquette and see it as an important moral quality." Dam, while speaking, recalled Lady Bushrooney's past. She always made everyone marvel, admire, and love her. When she was young, she always liked. The Countess Bushrooney was highly regarded for her impeccable manners. Even the way she drank tea became a legend. Many people were captivated by her from the first sight. After speaking, Lennia and Dam heard a loud crash and Mr. Adder's call, "My lady," which startled them. Lennia couldn't intervene and could only complain. "Are they still at it? That's our tea set. How are they going to pay for what was broken?" Dam said helplessly, "We might as well wait for them in the living room." There's no other way, so Lennia agreed, yes. Led by Dam through the hallway, Lennia continued to think, why does father always bring these kinds of people here? Is he trying to teach me not to be like them when I grow up? Lennia suddenly saw Mrs. Kara talking to a strange man, Mrs. Kara. Lennia approached her and called out, "Mrs. Kara." Hearing Lennia's voice, she turned her head to look and said, "Oh, hello, my lady." The man standing and talking with Mrs. Kara spoke up, "Miss Boriotti." It was Marquis Rand. He took off his hat, held it in his hand, and smiled as he greeted her. "Are you well?" "I actually came here to see the Duke, but instead I ended up coming to you." Lennia looked at him with a blank expression and said, "This is the 3rd floor, and my father's study is on the 4th floor." Mr. Rand said, "I know all that. I'm not a child who can't tell the difference between floors." Mr. Rand, with a fearsome face, glanced at Lennia when he heard her say, "Well, goodbye then." Mr. Rand pretended to say, "I I wonder if the young lady could help this old man with directions. Lennia looked at him with a bullet gaze and thought, how forced. Lennia was confused, not knowing if she should go with him. Lennia said reluctantly, all right, I'll take you there. Lennia thought, I haven't seen my father yet. I'm only doing this to see my father. So Lennia and Mr. Rand went to find Lennia's father. As she walked, she thought, oh, this time he wants to be taken to the Duke. Lennia turned her head to glance at him and thought, the Partis family has served the Boriotti family members for a very long time, yet only a few people know about it. And Mr. Rand was also looking at her. To become the shadow of the Boriotti house, they have to wear a mask. A brief introduction about Mr. Rand. The Duke is very sensitive to rumours. You see, to show his support for the royal family in public, he often addresses the Duke in that manner. But when no one is looking, he will use more polite honorifics. I came here to see His Grace, the Duke, but instead I ended up coming to you, my lady. Lennia suddenly noticed the bag Mr. Rand was carrying. Seeing the cloud symbol on the bag, Lennia looked extremely excited, her sparkling eyes glued to the bag. And she stopped, turned to look at the bag, and asked him, is that a cloud buttercream cake? Mr. Rand, surprised, held up the bag and asked, you know about this? Lennia immediately pretended to turn away, thinking to herself, no, but out loud, she said, Father bought it for me once. Mr. Rand smiled happily, his eyes crinkling. I can see the Duke loves you very much, my lady. Lennia pouted. Well, I am his daughter. After saying that, she thought to herself, in short, I am his daughter. Mr. Rand's eyes widened as he looked at Lennia. And suddenly, he broke into an unreadable smile. HMPH, really? Lennia immediately turned back to look at him. And if I'm not? He laughed and said, I don't know either. Lennia ignored him and said, well, you should live without needing to know that then. Mr. Rand was still smiling. My lady, you are truly mature for your age. Lennia said impassively, I'm just smarter than most people. Mr. Rand silently looked at her for a moment and speculated, it's like an adult soul in a child's body. Lennia walked ahead, ignoring him, and said, you're like a grandfather. Mr. Rand replied, I'm already a grandfather to 3 children. Dan, who had been following silently behind, had heard the entire conversation, and she felt like a bystander. The 3 of them had reached the 4th floor. Lennia knocked on the door with her hand. Knock, knock. The person who opened the door was Rupert. When he opened it and saw Lennia, he immediately bowed low and asked, my lady, are you skipping class? Lennia looked at Rupert and replied nonchalantly, my teachers are busy fighting. Rupert's face darkened. Ha. Are they really fighting? Yeah. Lennia, using her finger to recount the incidents, the chairs of broken legs, and the Countess Bosgrunny even threw the tea set at teacher Ada. Hearing Lennia's account, Rupert cried out in alarm, ah. Rupert looked up and saw that it was Mr. Rand, his father, and asked in surprise, Father, why are you here? Seeing Rupert looking thinner than before, Mr. Rand looked at his son and scolded, why have you lost so much weight? Aren't you eating well? Rupert, hearing his father's words, replied, it's not really because of the meals, but I'll be withering away soon enough. Suddenly, Duke Boriotti came over, leaned against the door, looked at Rupert and said, if anyone heard that, they would think I'm tormenting you. After speaking, Bellio saw Lennia hiding, her face scowling. Father is the culprit who caused the trouble with the 2 tutors. Father bent down and asked with concern, how was your lesson? After speaking, he held out his hands to pick Lennia up. She also cooperated by holding out her hands, but used a hateful face and tone to condemn her father. Father isn't seriously asking me at all. Hearing this, her father gave a questioning look. After picking up Lennia, Bellio turned to look at him and said, you're late. Mr. Rand smiled and said, I thought I arrived 5 minutes early. Was holding Lennia, but in the Duke's hand was a bag of cream cakes from Mr. Rand, and with his blank face, he said, "Wait inside." Mr. Rand was surprised and looked at his hand, seeing the bag of cream puffs on it suddenly disappear. Rupert also looked at his father and said nothing. But Duke Boreotti was already carrying Lennia away. Rupert suddenly heard his father call him and glanced at him. Rupert. Mr. Rand, his face dark, looked at Rupert and asked, "Is she really his biological daughter?" Mr. Rand, his face dark, looked at Rupert and asked, "Is she really his biological daughter?" Rupert was surprised by his father's question. He calmly shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I don't have the ability to make him stoop so low." Mr. Rand came to his senses and thought, HMPH. He looked at Rupert and knew he was lying. He continued, "You were raised by my own hands. Of course I know how good you are at lying." He put something on the table and said, "Anyway." He smiled and said, "In the end, the truth will be found out anyway." Rupert walked over to where his father was sitting and said doubtfully, "You talk as if you know everything." Mr. Run looked at Rupert, who was pouring a hot cup of tea. He suddenly said something that made Rupert fall silent and think. Of course, because she's the daughter of another member of this Boreotti family, someone who passed away a long time ago. Rupert silently glanced at his father. Mr. Rand picked up the teacup and brought it to his lips with a slurp sound. In the scene, a woman was standing in the rain, offering her hands to someone. She ran away with a knight because of a blind love. At that time, it was pouring rain, a rare occurrence in this north. A carriage was travelling on a narrow road, and a thunderstorm was raging. The carriage slipped on a rock and lost its balance, falling into the river. Unfortunately, their carriage slipped on a rock on the road and fell into the river. To this day, no one has found their bodies. Mr. Rand, having recounted everything, leisurely took a sip of tea. In the scene with only him and Rupert, he was leisurely drinking tea and voicing his speculations. It's been 10 years since that accident, hasn't it? If they were able to escape that tragedy back then, well, I guess it's not entirely foolish of me to think they had a child, is it? Rupert silently stared at his father, who was leisurely sipping his tea. He was holding the teacup and drinking when he noticed Rupert. And gestured with his hand to Rupert. "You really don't know?" Rupert also said confidently, "The Duke has never mentioned it." Looking at his own reflection in the teacup, Mr. Rand said, "I think this is perfectly reasonable. This is the end." Please comment Lennia below if you want me to do the next part.